member at KAIST, Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. So I'm really honored to moderate this session. We have actually the wonderful group of distinguished speakers today. So we have 7 very interesting talks, but basically this is the kind of networking session, but at the same time we try to share our knowledge and information about the current the landscape of research and also the policy in this field of AI and digital governance. So I'm very excited to introduce my speakers who actually needs very little introduction. So we're gonna have the 7 talks, and then after that maybe we might want to have some the Q&A sessions to share our thoughts all together. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Professor Matthew Liao from NYU, who is actually currently in the States. So Matthew, are you here?
I'm here.
Sure. Would you like to share your thoughts, and then maybe we'll hear from Matthew, and then he's giving a kind of very introductory and very fundamental questions for the digital governance from the perspective of human rights. Matthew, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kyung. So hi, everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but very honored and delighted to join you. So we all know that AI has very incredible capabilities. They're going to be able to help us develop medicine faster. In public health, they're going to be able to identify those who are at risk of being unsheltered. They're going to be able to help us with the environment. At the same time, these powerful AIs also come with dangers. So many people are aware that the data on which AI is trained can be biased and discriminatory. At NYU and other educational institutions, we're grappling with ChatGPT and what that means for writing essays and plagiarism. Elections are coming up. People are worried that AI could be used to sow disinformation and distrust and influence elections. AI is already also being used in Ukraine and other wars. So there's a question of whether AI is leading us towards sort of mutually assured destruction. And so to make sure that AI produces the right kind of benefits for everybody and doesn't just cause harm, governments around the world are working really hard to try to come up with the right regulatory framework. So 2 weeks ago, President Yoon was at NYU of Republic of Korea, and he talked about a digital bill of rights. In July, President Biden secured the voluntary commitments of a number of tech companies to secure 3 principles when using AI. So safety, security, and trust. The European Union is getting ready to adopt the EU AI Act, which would be one of the world's first comprehensive laws on AI. And so this brings me to my lightning remarks today. So assuming that we should try to regulate AI in some ways, how should we go about regulating it? And so my students in my lab and I have been studying this issue, and we've structured this topic into the 5W1H framework. So the first question is, what should be regulated? So that is the object of regulation. So many people talk about regulating data because how we collect them could raise issues such as bias and privacy. Other people talk about regulating the algorithms because as impressive as they are, algorithms can also produce bad results. So take generative AI, like ChatGPT, it's known to hallucinate and make up stuff. There are also people who think that we should regulate by sectors. For example, we should have regulations for self-driving cars, another set of regulations for medical devices, and so on and so forth. And then finally, the EU thinks that we should regulate based on risks, sort of, whether the risk is going to be acceptable or too high or low, and so on and so forth. And the general issue here is that over-regulation could end up stifling innovation, but under-regulation could lead to harms and violations of human rights. So some of the questions that we can talk about is like, if someone wants to regulate large language models such as ChatGPT, where would they even start? Would it be the training data? Would it be the models themselves? Would it be the application? Or another question we can ask is whether EU's risk-based approach, is that the way to go? And we can talk more about that in Q&A. So let's turn to the question of why we should regulate. Well, there are many reasons. So we could regulate to promote national interests, for example, in order to establish a country as a leader in AI. We could also regulate for legal reasons to make sure that new AI technologies comport with existing laws. Or we can regulate for ethical reasons. For instance, to make sure that we protect human rights, and some say to make sure that AIs don't cause human extinction. And of course, as an ethicist, I would hope that all regulations would conform to the highest ethical standards. But is this realistic? For instance, in a country that's trying to win the AI race, you may feel that has no choice but to cut ethical corners. So how optimistic or pessimistic should we be that governments would pursue AI in an ethical way? We can make this discussion more concrete. A lot of people in 2015 already signed a letter arguing that we should ban lethal autonomous weapons, but these weapons are already being used. Is AI race a good thing? If not, what do we need to avert an AI race? So now let's talk about who should be doing the regulating. Well, there are a number of parties and stakeholders here. So you got the companies, the AI researchers themselves, the governments, universities, members of the public. Now, some people, especially from those in the tech industry, are concerned that non-specialists would not know AI well enough to regulate it. Is this true? Should we leave the regulation to people in the know, to the experts? And other people think that we shouldn't just rely on industries to regulate themselves. Why is that? And what's the role of the public in regulating AI? And what's the best way to engage the public? So in the AI, we can also talk about when we should begin the regulation process. That is when in the life cycle of a technology should we begin to regulate. So we can regulate at the beginning, which will be upstream, right? Or we can regulate once a product has been produced, which will be more downstream. We can also regulate the entire life cycle from start to finish in every stage of the development. Now, companies will say that they already have a regulatory process in place for their products. So what I have in mind is independent external regulation. And in the US, at least, the regulations tend to be more downstream, external regulations. Take, for example, ChatGPT. It's already out there being used, and now we're just grappling with how we should regulate it, externally speaking. Downstream regulation is usually seen as being more pro-innovation and pro-companies. How feasible would it be for an external regulatory body to regulate fast-paced AI research and development? Is downstream regulation enough? Or should we be taking a more proactive approach and regulate earlier in the process to ensure more protection for humans? We can also ask, where should the regulation take place? Here we can regulate at the local level, at the national level, at the international level, or all of the above. So how important is it for us to be able to coordinate at the international level? Are we going to be able to do it effectively? We don't have a very good record with respect to climate change. So can we be, count on doing that with respect to AI? What would it mean to regulate at a local level? And how can universities, for example, contribute to AI governance? And finally, we can kind of talk about how we should regulate. And by this, I mean, what kind of policies should we try to enact when regulating AI? So ideally, we're looking for policies that can keep pace with innovation and won't stifle it. At the same time, we hopefully, these policies will be enforceable, for example, through our legal system. Many people talk about transparency, accountability, and explainability as being important tools in AI regulation. Are those enough? If not, what other policies do we need? So, I've been doing a lot of work on something called the human rights framework, where I think, we should think about regulating from a human rights perspective. We should make sure that people's human rights are protected and promoted through AI. And that's what the purpose of the regulation. So let's just go back and sort of apply So, the human rights framework is kind of like an ethical framework, right? It says that the ethics should be prior to a lot of these discussions. And I already mentioned, there are questions about whether that's realistic or not. But ideally, we should make sure ethics is at the forefront. What should it regulate? Well, on a human rights framework, you might think we should regulate, like we should look into everything, at least consider everything, the data, the algorithms by sectors, and by risk, like anything that could impact human rights. Like there should be some sort of human rights impact assessment for these technologies. Who should do the regulating? Well, on the human rights framework, it says that everybody has a responsibility. Human rights belong to everybody. Everybody has an obligation. So companies, researchers, governments, universities, the public, we all have to be proactive in engaging in this, sort of regulation process. When should we regulate? Well, the human rights framework thinks that, it seems to point towards a life cycle approach. So we should sort of at every stage look to make sure that, do some sort of human rights impact assessment, making sure that it doesn't undermine human rights. I can answer in Q&A how that could be feasible. And where should we regulate? Well, the human rights framework is global. It's all of the above. We need to do it internationally, we need to do it nationally, and we need to do it locally. And finally, how should we regulate? Like, sort of, is it going to be enforceable? I think that's going to be the biggest challenge to a human rights framework, or really any framework. I don't think this is a problem exclusive to the human rights problem, but it's certainly a big problem, which is the enforceability. I don't think we have a very good track record. And so one of the challenges for all of us is how can we get something together where we can actually make it binding and people will actually be willing to comply with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you also for mentioning about the KAIST and the NYU recent relationship for the research collaboration. So KAIST and NYU together with Matthew and Daniel Bierhoff and Claudia Ferreira and also Professor So-Young Kim and Ta-Som Lee here. So we've been leading this collaboration for the digital governance and AI policy research. So let's move on to the Professor Ta-Som Lee from KAIST, Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy. So, okay, sure, with a further delay.
Sure. Thank you so much for the introduction. Could I have my slides on, please? Oh, clicker. Oh, there you go. Oh, thank you. So I know I know we don't have a lot of time, so I figured I would spend the time to introduce the kind of work that I'm doing and introduce the lab that I have at KAIST Korea. So I have a lab called the AI and Cyber Physical Systems Policy Lab. It's called AI and CPS Lab. And we basically study how AI-based infrastructures or infrastructures that try to incorporate AI in the future try to address and promote environmental sustainability. So more specifically, we look at energy transition, and the technologies involved with that would be smart meters, smart grids, renewable energy technologies. We also look at transportation, such as automated vehicles and unmanned aerial vehicles, which are drones, and data centers. Obviously, data centers are not specifically AI focused, but they store the data that AI collects and ensures the reliability and the validity of AI technologies. And I actually have been criticized for being way too broad and not having a focus and studying everything, which is fine. I can take constructive criticism, but I also think that it's really important to look at everything in a very harmonized and holistic way, especially when we're trying to address sustainability. And when we look at infrastructures and when we look at energy and transportation in particular, they are really interconnected. So for example, right now we're trying to use EVs as batteries, and how each household can have their own battery. Using EVs as batteries, we can use renewable energy more sustainably, and so on. So that's basically, I'm trying to build like a harmonious infrastructural system in my mind somehow, and I'm getting there, hopefully, and I'll hopefully get there in about 10 to 20 years. But right now it's still kind of fuzzy. So the current projects, I don't really want to go into too much detail, But there are these 5 ongoing projects right now. The first one is regulating data centers. We don't have a lot of regulations on data centers, especially regarding climate change. Globally, internationally, not just Japan or Korea, but just everywhere in the world. The United States has the most number of data centers in the world, and the US is not really known for their, hardcore federal regulation, which means that it's often left up to the state level governments like California or Tennessee, where I was, and those kind of governments often do not have the expertise on data centers to propose any type of regulations. So that's one of the projects. Another is the media analysis of energy transition obstruction in Korea. And we have the student who's working on this sitting there in the back. And he's done a wonderful job so far. His name is Eubam. And we're looking at how different types of media outlets show how the energy transition in Korea has not really gone from oil-based energy to renewable energy, but instead oil-based energy to natural gas. So there's a transition, and it's slightly better, but it's not great. And we are trying to see how that actually, how that kind of obstruction happens in the media outlets. The third one is the quantitative analysis for the need of social science in automated vehicle. AV is the self-driving car automated vehicle research. Lots of automated vehicle research so far has been focused on more technological fixes. We need more sensors, we need LiDAR, we need more radars, we need more cameras, and then we need more these kind of infrastructures around the road, and we need these wires under the road. And we show using quantitative and statistical methods that social science needs to be involved in order for us to understand the AV technology much better. The fourth one is a bit of my small ambition and my little personal side project, is that I'm a sociologist by training, but I also study science and technology studies. So I try to merge MLP, multi-level perspective by Frank Hills, which is the science and technology studies, and Pierre Bourdieu's, who's a sociologist, theory of forms of capital, and that's a theoretical work that I'm doing. And I'm also doing some work on data donation to promote data privacy and to promote more sustainable data management and collection. And I also want to, I know we don't have it on there, but I also want to quickly mention the project that Professor Park, Professor Kim, and I are doing together with NYU. KAIS project, which is that we are looking at how privacy is contextualized in different geographical regions based on their culture and based on their history. And when we look at privacy, we can't just, and we have tried to do this with lots of technologies like cars. All cars need to have seat belts, right? Everywhere in the world. But with privacy, it's really difficult to have that kind of very concrete regulation that's universally applied, because everyone has a different understanding of what privacy really is. So we're collected, we're planning to collect data. We just passed the International Review Board, which is the ethical, you have to do like an ethical review before you do a survey. So we just passed the ethical review, and we're planning to do a survey on how those kind of privacy how people perceive those privacy issues, and how the public would interact with those potential privacy issues in the future. And I think that's it for me, and I really look forward to the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Da-Som Lee. So now, right next to me, the senior advisor from JICA, Mr. Asuzi Yamanaka Sensei. So he has extensive experiences in the field of development. So I think he's giving us kind of development perspective on how we can address the challenges and opportunities of digital governance.
Thank you. It's It's on? Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Park, actually, and then distinct actually panelists here, and also actually the audiences here. It's always very, very hard to be the first sessions in the morning. So thank you so much for your dedications for actually, being part of these actually sessions. I'm essentially a practitioner. So I've been actually doing ICT for development for more than actually quarter centuries, which is actually quite scary to think about it. So let me actually talk from the developmental perspectives. How does the digital governance actually can contribute? And also, what are the threats of the digital governance or digital technologies for the development? But since I'm actually an optimist, so let me actually start from opportunities. So essentially, for example, like new technologies like AI is essentially opening up a lot of windows of opportunities in developing countries. And a lot of developing countries are using the AIs and other cutting edge technologies in order for them actually to innovate and then provide, actually coming up with different actually products and services, which is really affecting their lives and also contributing to the socio-economic development. So it is really, accelerations of these kind of things are also giving an opportunity for the reverse innovations. I don't necessarily like the word reverse innovation because it sounds like it's very pretentious, but we believe, and I believe as well, that a lot of actually next generations of innovations, whether it is the services or the product, will be coming back, will be coming out of the so-called developing countries or emerging economies. Because, one of the things that they have plenty is a needs. Right? So they actually have a lot of socioeconomic challenges or needs. So that is actually fueling the innovations. When you look at mobile money, for example, it came from Kenya. It will never actually came out from country like Japan, where we're essentially actually still enslaved with paper monies, right? Or coins. So that would not actually have happened without actually the needs of developing countries. Another interesting opportunity that we see is digital public goods and digital public infrastructures. That's a very big topic this year, especially with discussions with G20, where India is really pushing for digital public infrastructures to bridge the gap of the digital inclusions. So we are going to see a lot of interesting opportunities, and hopefully this time, that we are not going to see the same kind of fate that we saw about the hype of open source and also funding for ICT for development during the WSIS process. Another very, really encouraging signs in doing the WSIS process is multi-stakeholders involvement into the digital governance areas and policymaking processes. Prior, I'm old enough, so prior to actually WSIS process, UN really did not actually have this multi-stakeholders approach. Of course, during the first summit of the social development summit in Rio, the civil society got involved in, but still it was not really this kind of multi-stakeholder approach. So, IGF actually exemplifies this multi-stakeholder approach and how everyone can put their inputs into it. So let me actually go to the next. I tend to speak so much. So let me, please, Professor Park, if I, speak too much, please cut it. Now, the challenges. Well, there is a lot of challenges to be still made. Despite the fact that we actually had made huge progress in terms of digital inclusions, still 2.7 billion people remains to be unconnected in 2022. And still, there's a lot of issues of affordability, digital service, digital devices affordabilities, also gender, and also the economic sort of inclusions as well. So, in a way, it's essentially the problem is the same, 20 years ago, but it became much more complex. So, in that respect, the last 2.7 billion people, last 30% is very difficult to reach out. So that is going to be essentially a huge issue that we need to tackle on. Another thing is 3 weeks ago, I was part of the digital SDG Digital Summit in New York. Still, if we cannot actually utilize digital technologies well, we will not be able to actually achieve SDGs. So that is going to be another very big challenge into that. And then in the governance side, yes, there's so many different actual governance challenges. Japan is promoting cross-border transactions of data, it's called DFFT. And that is also, becoming a lot of issues in terms of what would be the best examples, what would be the framework to do that. Personal privacy, so, professors from the NYU was talking about. What are we going to do with the personal privacies and also human rights issues? Cybersecurity is another issue, because we're seeing cyber wars now. AI, internet, and the data fragmentations, also another things. The fragmentations, who has the rights actually to cut the internet? All these things, and also myths, and then this, and the malinformations. With the advent of the AI technologies, this is going to, how can you actually tell the reality to the fake? That's going to be a huge issue. And also, developing countries, especially, how can you actually incorporate the voices and the input? Because they're still not fully involved in the rulemaking or the framework making process. So we really need to engage with them and then giving them the opportunities, because they actually represent probably more than so-called G7 or even G20 words. So how can you do that? And also, the lastly, data and information flows are still one-directional. This is actually getting very big frustrations among the developing countries, because they have a big concerns of this data colonizations or data oligopolies, with especially with the big techs, and also data sovereignties. I think this is a very big issue. What if we actually, if they're going to put in critical national information on the cloud so for example, like in US, which actually laws and regulations actually is going to regulate this data? If it's a national sovereign data, shouldn't that data owner have the right to do it? But currently, the law is actually over the United States. So these are among some of the challenges that we really need to address in order to really, fully utilize the power of digital technologies for development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have a human right perspective from Matthew, and also infrastructure perspective on digital governance, and also development perspective and development cooperation for the international relations from different kind of stakeholders. So now we're moving on to the Professor Rafik Hadif from Kyoto University School of Informatics. So it's giving us the perspective of maybe the digital inclusion. So okay, sure, Rafik.
So thank you, Professor Park, for the invitation, and thank you everyone for being here at this early time of the day. So my name is Rafik Hadfi. I'm currently an associate professor in the Department of Social Informatics at Kyoto University. So I mostly do work on AI, but in a way try to deploy it into society to solve a number of problems, going from SDGs, LSI, to the most recent ethics-related issues. So the work we do is multidisciplinary by nature, and one of the topics that I've been working on most recently, perhaps the past 2 years, is digital inclusion. And I take digital inclusion here, particularly inclusion in a very global way, in the sense that inclusion sometimes means equity, sometimes means self-realization, autonomy, etc. So I'll explain exactly what it means here. So it's one of the key elements of modernized society, in the sense that it's a way of allowing the most disadvantaged individuals of society to having access to ICT technology. And this is more like answering the question of the how. I mean, what kind of activities allow us to include these members of society. And the goal here is to allow more equity. So equity here is a more, let's say, inclusive and meaningful way to define meaning for an individual in society. So the question of equity answers the what here. So what's the goal of an individual of society? So this connection here leads us to something more global, which is self-realization. And this includes all members of society. In a way, if we allow digital equity, will allow individuals to let's say, meet their autonomy and also fully live their lives. So the question now is, or the topic that I'm working on is how to enable this using most recent technologies, not just ICT, but AI in particular. So I'll take one case of a case study we've been conducting for the past, let's say, 2 years. It was very difficult, challenging, because it kind of addresses multiple problems in society. So digital inclusion here is equated with gender equality, empowering women. So it's a study that was conducted in Afghanistan, and the focus here is women inclusion. So the main problem here was, first of all, conducting the study itself in Afghanistan. This came at the same time where the Afghan government was collapsing. And apart from the logistics there, we had also the already established, let's say, problems there, like gender inequality, insecurity. So it was very difficult to conduct, plus the ICT limitations in Afghanistan. Fast forward 2 years later, we managed to conduct the experiment. Initially was planned with 500 participants from Afghanistan, and then narrowed down to 240. So the main target here is basically how to build an AI that could be deployed in an online, let's say, setting where mostly women have the ability to use smartphones to communicate and also deliberate. So the AI was found to actually enhance a number of things. So one of them is the diversity of the contribution that women were providing in these kind of online debates. The second one, and most importantly, the fact that we found out that this kind of conversation reduces inhibition. I mean, Middle Eastern societies in particular are known for limiting the, let's say, the reach of women in terms of freedom of expression, and also raising particularly issues or problems related to their livelihood. The third element was found with this kind of technology is increasing ideation. We found that AI allows actually women to provide more ideas with regard to the local problems there, like let's say employment, let's say family-related issues. So this is one practical case of conversational AI, which is in a way building on what's all known with the large language models, ChatGPT, etc. This is more advanced and let's say problem-solving approach to conversational agents. So yeah, so this is a particular practical example of using conversational AI for social good, and the deployment was done in Afghanistan. So I'm looking forward to your questions, and yeah, that's all for me.
Thank you very much, Rafik. Actually, the Rafik has been leading, you know, the democracy and AI, the research group in IJCAI, International Joint Conference on AI, and then we'll also have conferences in next year in Seoul. So I think there was also very interesting discussion in Hong Kong in August. So you know, today is a Japanese national holiday. It's a sports day, right? I think we are doing a lot of brain exercise today. So I think it's very ambitious and very interesting talks and sessions today. So we're moving on to the Professor Lee Ming Zhu, School of Computer Science and Engineering from University of New South Wales. Sorry about that. So you'll talk about you know, democratizing the AI from the perspective of CS. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much for having me. Right. So I'm a professor from University of New South Wales, but I'm also a research director at CSIRO's DataTeach1. So CSIRO is Australia's national science agency. We have around 6,000 people working in the areas of agriculture, energy, mining, and of course AI. So DataTeach1 is AI digital and data business unit. I also work quite internationally on with OECD AI and some of the ISO standards on AI trustworthiness. And Australia also have a national AI center, was established 18 months ago, which is hosted by DataTeach1. Its main remit is not research, but AI adoption, especially responsible AI adoption. So very briefly on Australians' journey. So Australian back in 2019 have developed Australians' AI ethics principles, which is developed by DataTeach1 at the time. commissioned by the Department of Industry and Science, but with industry consultation. The principles, if you look at them, it's not really that surprising. A lot of international organizations and each country have developed those. But I want to draw your attention is, on the first 2 or 3, it's really the human-centered values, especially the plural of values. We realize the trade-offs and the different culture and the inclusiveness in human value, environment well-being, and Australian is a fair go country, and so fairness is high up in there. But then we have the traditional quality attributes, I would say, for any systems, but AI will pose a very unique challenge to them, such as privacy, security, reliability, and safety. And then there are additional interesting quality attributes like transparency, explainability, contestability, and accountability, which is uniquely in the AI context. So since 2019, that's been 4 years. So Australian has been focusing on operationalizing these principles. We have done a lot of industry consultation case studies and how get industry feedback. And importantly, Australian, the picture is our Minister for Science and Industry, Minister Husick, has launched Australia's Responsible AI Network, which is Australian companies and organizations commits to responsible AI through governance mechanism. They have to commit to at least three AI governance mechanism principles within their organization to be part of the member and featured and sharing their knowledge. And we are also, there's a book coming up called Responsible AI, Best Practices for Creating Trustworthy AI Systems based on the work we have done. And there are 3 key Australian industry case studies in that book. So what is our approach? I think the key thing is we realized is a lot of best practices, they need context. They need to know when to apply them, and also there's both pros and cons of these best practices. And the best practice needs to be connected. We also see people at the governance level. Let's have a responsible AI ethics committee. Let's have some auditing mechanism at the governance level, doing great things, but not connected to the practitioner. The practitioner is your ML engineers, AI engineers, software engineering, AI engineering developers. How do we connect all these best practices so people collaborate? So we have developed a responsible AI pattern catalog, which you can easily find by searching, and connects governance patterns, which we mean, probably the people in this room is mostly interested in process patterns, meaning software development process and AI engineering process from a development process point of view, and the product patterns, which you see all the metrics measurement on a particular product, how to evaluate them. The key thing is they are connected, and you can navigate around them and to have a whole of system assurance. At this moment, a lot of AI governance is not about AI model itself. Even ChatGPT, there is many components, AI and non-AI components outside the AI model. Every prompt you put into ChatGPT is not the true prompt going back to the model. Additional text are added to those texts you have added. Things like simple, please always answer ethically and positively. So those kind of prompts will be attached into every single prompt you put into it. That's a system level guardrail. And many, so this is very simplistic example, but many organizations who leverage large language models and AI can put their unique context-specific guardrails to leverage the benefits while having some guardrails. And those kind of patterns, mitigations need to connect with the responsible AI risks that every companies can find as part of their typical AI risk or risk registry systems. And we have developed many of such question banks that you can ask questions about your organization and making responsible AI risk assessment part of that. So that you can find more information in some of the papers I listed here or search online. And this has been featured by the communication of ACM as one of the most impactful projects in the East Asia and Oceania region recently. So we're very happy to share more experience with the audience here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think today's speaker is actually providing a lot of insights on how we can actually collaborate together from different stakeholders in the global shaping process of AI frameworks. We have also the Australian cases and Korean cases, and I would say, a little bit like market-driven U.S. approach, and also we also need engagement from the developing countries. So I think that's why it's very timely. Today's session is very timely. So I think we have Takayuki Ito sensei online. So I'd like to introduce Professor Takayuki Ito from Kyoto University. Hi, so
Hello.
sure. Okay. Okay. Sure. Floor is yours. Do you hear me? Right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. I'll share my slide. Okay. All right. So, thank you, thank you for introducing me. So, I'm Takayuki Ito from Kyoto University. I'll talk about the current one of my current projects towards hyperdemocracy. It's a empowered cloud scale discussion support system. So we are working for the to develop the hyperdemocracy platform where the multiple AI try to help group decision and consensus building support. So basically, in the current social network, there are many social problems like fake news and digital gerrymandering and filter bubble and echo chamber. It's a very important problem. So here, by using artificial intelligence like the ChatGPT and LLM, we are trying to solve that. So actually, we have been working for this kind of projects for 10 years. From 2010, we started to create a system called Coragri system, where the human facilitator try to facilitate and support the consensus among the online participants. And then from 2015, we created the Agri system, where one AI agent supported the group decision among online participants. So here we use AI to support the human collaboration. And then now we are working for hyperdemocracy platforms where the many AI agents try to support crowd scale discussion. So this is an overview of the Diagri system. Here, as you can see, the people discuss by using text chat. And then these texts are recognized by our AI and then structurized in the database. So basically, by using the structurized discussion, AI facilitator try to interact with the online participant. Here, actually, we started this project in 2015. We didn't have any ChatGPT, but by using our classic AI technology, we realized that. So here, by using LLM or GPT, we are now working for more sophisticated AI, actually. So this is one case study about Diagri. We use the Diagri system in Afghanistan, in particular in the 2021 August. There, American troops left from Kabul city in Afghanistan. There, we opened in public the Diagri, and then we gathered many opinions and the voices from the civilian in Kabul city. So as you can see, our AI can analyze the type, the opinion types and the characteristics. So from August 15, where when the American troop left, the number of issues, problems increased drastically. That it's shown in red box in the central graph. So we are working with the United Nations Habitat and many other NPOs about these kind of things. So now we are extending the AI facilitator to many AI agents. And then this is the current multi-agent architecture. Now we are testing this agents architecture. So this is a conclusion. So yeah, we are now developing next generation AI based group decision support system, and it's called Hyper Democracy Platform. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Actually, Professor Takayuki Ito has been pioneering is like interdisciplinary research in the intersection between AI and democracy. So I think he provides a lot of insights on the importance of a multidisciplinary approach. Especially in the research field, we have to work together with the policy scholars and also development scholars and also engineering scholars as well. So right, so we are on time right now. So I'm feeling very relieved. So we have a last speaker, Seung-yeon Kim from KAIS. Are we ready? Okay, sure. For sharing some insights from development field.
Hello, my name is Seung-yeon Kim. I'm currently a PhD student studying under Professor Kyung-yeol Park. But previously in my life, before the peaceful life of a graduate student, I was a program officer for an institute called the Korea Development Institute, responsible for producing policy recommendations for developing countries. So one of the stark realizations that I realized was that in the times that I worked at KDI as a program officer, I've only been to developing countries. So my passport records do not go above the annual GDP per capita of $10,000 per year. So I haven't been anywhere. So this is the most advanced country that I've been to overseas in many years. And what I realized is that when I came to KAIS, I was exposed to all these discussions about AI, ChatGPT, bioethics, etc. Extremely advanced technologies, cutting-edge technologies that is going to change everything. But then I thought about, then my thoughts overlapped. What happens when these cutting-edge technologies are overlapped with what I saw in the developing countries, which have a very different societal and economic context? So I'd like to share 3 snapshots that provide some peek, not insight, I wouldn't say, just peeks into how all these discussions, insightful discussions we've had today, may develop in the developing world. So this is a snapshot of a photograph taken in November 16, 2016 in Medellin, Colombia. So if you've seen Narcos in Netflix, you're probably familiar with the city. This is the narco capital of the world. And this is, if you see a little bit below, you'll see that there is called Bienvenidos a Calle Uno, which means welcome to Area 1. Area 1 is the zip code for the poorest neighborhood in the Colombian cities. So this city it used to be before the introduction of a cable cars, which was a revolutionary transport mechanism. It was actually isolated from the entire city of Medellin. So it was a breeding ground for cartels, drug dealers, drug smugglers. Cops would not go in there. They would say, I'm not going in there. But because of the cable cars, people were able to get jobs and come out of the city and have equal opportunities to education, jobs, and capital to borrow money, etc., for banking, etc. But what wasn't publicized was that drug cartels were using this new cable car. They would hide cocaine inside the replaceable parts, and then this would become an automated distribution mechanism that was not publicized for a very long time. But what if cable cars do this to the drug cartels? And what are they going to do when they get their hands on ChatGPT and AI? So it's something to think about. And also, what the drug cartels were able to thrive in these regions because $1 could bribe anyone in the entire neighborhood. You could, for $10, you could basically make people do anything. what can you do with a brand new laptop, an iPad that's connected to generative AI, and what can they do? What can the police do? What can the government do against such matters? So one snapshot is unequal opportunities and how that exposes existing social and economic problems. The second snapshot is one of lovely pictures that I've taken Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. This was in 2018. This is a scene that I will probably remember for a very long time. This is a scene of an official explaining to us, the Korean researchers, about the current system of the Ethiopian public finance system, the electronic digital finance system. So the line, I would not forget this line. So the tax system runs on Microsoft. The tax expenditure system and budget planning system runs on Oracle. And we haven't had a digital system for auditing system yet, but we will soon as we get the funding. So for one government, you have 3 different information systems running simultaneously that do not communicate with each other, that cannot communicate with each other. So fragmentation on an enormous level. And why is there fragmentation at in the core governance structure of distribution of financial resources at the Ministry of Finance? Why is that? Because they're financed by different institutions, by the World Bank, by UNDP, etc. They're financed by different institutions who are connected to different service providers who in turn provide very little parts of the government. And no one agency can provide one comprehensive solution for the entire government. So what you have is extreme fragmentation of ICT and information systems in government. The third snapshot is I spent 2 weeks in Equatorial Guinea. I don't know if anybody's been to Equatorial Guinea. So it was the unhealthiest time of my life. I was basically half unconscious because of the malaria vaccines that I had to take every 2 days. And so this is the president, Nguma Mbaso, speaking at the Equatorial Guinea National Economic Conference. So all the ministries were there, all the ministers there, all the high-level profiles of the government were there. But the entire conference was run and executed by Chinese officers from the mainland China. So every staff except for the participants, every staff would be Chinese from the mainland. And after about a week and spending a weekend there, it wasn't long until I found that the entire ICT infrastructure was basically dependent on one country and one company, China, Huawei. So you couldn't get an internet connection, Wi-Fi, anything. You can't send an email without having some sort of support from Huawei. So I thought this snapshot provides a very a significant view into technology sovereignty. So in sum, you have one, unequal opportunities that may be extravagated into a whole variety of societal problems, and 2, fragmented ICT structures that create problems for governments, and technology sovereignty that ties in developing countries with companies and other governments and international agencies that provide a very complicated picture for the developing world, and for the developing world to become more advanced and to actually transform into a developed world. I think these 3 peaks are something that we should think about. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So we have like 5 minutes to go, so I'd like to open up the floor, and then because we have more than I think 30 attendees in this session, thank you very much for your participation. So if you have any comments or questions, please raise your hand. Professor Seon Kim from KAIST. Could you?
First time doing this, but okay. If I knew that I should be standing here, I wouldn't have asked the question. But the question, I guess, is very much common to all of us because, as Justice Seung-yeon pointed out, the problem of fragmentation in a single country level, we are actually witnessing huge fragmentation of AI governance at the global level. We have something going on at the World Bank, UN, various agencies of the UN, and also even within single countries. So And also we are approaching this problem from many different angles, like development perspective, sociological, ethical, philosophical, CS, whatever. So the question is how we can actually reduce this degree of fragmentation when you talk about AI governance and other mechanisms of regulation or issues. So someone, as you might know, or some circles around the world are talking about the need to create something like IAEA version of AI. But then there are many limitations, of course, because of so different natures of two technologies. Nuclear technology is so centralized, and it was born out of a very dire emergent situations during World War II. But AI is such a apparently democratic technology because AI, anybody can get touch upon some part of AI. So my question is how any of you can address this question of the need and the way we can actually think about how we can actually reduce this problem. You see what I'm saying, right? Okay.
Thank you very much. So if you don't mind, actually, why don't you just have questions all together, and then we'll just address the questions. Please, could you briefly introduce yourself, and
Yes,
then
no problem. Hi,
Thank you.
I'm Sophie Kellerhauge. I'm a diplomat from the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs posted in Geneva. So thank you so much for all your really interesting perspectives. I think we, of course, also see a need for global governance of AI. And just like my previous audience member, we also see this fragmentation. It was really good to hear, especially, of course, in the first presentation, the focus on human rights, which we also find very important. And the general multi-stakeholder engagement, this is a good example of engagement with the academia. So we see a need to take a really risk-based approach. And of course, thank you for referencing also the EU AI Act as an EU member state. We very much support that approach. I wanted to ask basically the same question as well. How do we approach this globally? We see this fragmentation. But instead, then I would like to come back to the first speaker's, Professor Liao's point on follow-up mechanisms and monitoring. How do we afterwards then ensure that this regulation is implemented and we can oversee, we have oversight and accountability afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And gentleman here, over here.
Hello, good day. My name is Peter King. I'm from Liberia. And I would like to ask a question based on the African perspective. I realize that we have some, I think most of you are from Asian region, or you from, stayed in another continent. But the fact is, in Africa, we also are part of the global society. But then we're looking at what do you see as the impact of AI? The immersion is becoming, the use is geographically limited. So most of the conversation here, I saw only a sample case of Equatorial Guinea, but we're looking at Africa as Africa, a lot of issues. And so what advice can you give most of our policymakers in Africa in terms of how research can be extended, and what can they do to ensure that as it seamlessly get to become a reality, what can Africa prepare for? And we do lack certain expertise. What are your advices for some of us youth and then our larger audience in Africa? That's my question.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Another questions or comments, maybe?
Hi, my name is Yasmin from Indonesia, from the UN Institute for Disarmament Research. So I do have a few questions, so please bear with me. First of all, for the first speaker on a human rights-based AI framework, just to jump on the previous point that was made by a fellow audience member, on the question of enforceability, I was wondering if you could elaborate on the difference between human rights as a moral framework on the one hand, on the other hand, as a legal framework with the established international human rights law mechanisms, and what can we learn from the established case law that have been established over the past years as IHRL was developed. Second, on the digital public good and the digital public infrastructure, previously I used to work at Chatham House, a London-based think tank. We did some research on that, and one of the questions that we were wondering, of course there is the importance of public stewardship, but at the same time there's also the question of limited resources and the need for scalability. How do you deal with that? And third, on conversational AI to advance women's inclusions, one of the questions that popped into my mind, it's great, it's got a lot of potential, but how do you deal with the availability of training data, whether it's in terms of data collection and data hygiene, that is available in an equitable way. So not just in terms of, free in a way from biases, but also taking into account questions of, for example, some communities might need to be represented in these models, but at the same time, others might want to be forgotten because of privacy and oppression risks. How do you deal with that? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So, right. So if I may, it's wonderful comments and questions. So if I may just summarize with this keywords, fragmentation in the global AI governance and how we can actually collaborate together for that. And what can the African countries especially prepare for the AI strategy? And there are, definitely the conflicting rationales in, human rights perspective and also digital public goods, and how we can actually promote some, enhance the scalability and how we promote the digital inclusion in terms of data collection and data analysis. So I'll give you Matthew. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Sure. I'll give you 2 minutes. Is it okay for you?
Yeah, sure.
You're always,
so thank
always
you
smart,
for,
right?
Yeah, those excellent questions and great questions. The fragmentation question is just such a difficult problem. Very quickly, I think this is something that we need to all work together. We need to, it's multi-stakeholders. We need everybody involved in the conversation, the public, the government, the researchers, and so on and so forth. Now that sounds kind of vague. So here's something a bit more concrete. I think Professor Song Kim mentioned something about the nuclear energy. There are two things I want to say. Like, I think the biomedical model is actually a pretty interesting thing to think about. If you think about drug discoveries, there's a lot of innovation in the drug arena. At the same time, there's a lot of regulation. We're protecting, people. There are a lot of human subject research. A lot of sort of stuff that's not like high risk stuff. Not trivial risk things. And yet we can do it in a fairly responsible way. And the community, the international community, have basically coalesced around sort of different norms. To sort of say, hey, we need to make sure that this process is safe. And I feel like we can do something similar with respect to AI, where, some stuff, maybe they're low risk. I like the EU-based approach as well. I think sort of some stuff that's low risk that, we can kind of look at it and sort of say, hey, we don't need to worry that much about that if, something is being used for games. But other things where, in like medical devices, maybe we should need to pay more attention, especially if it involves, humans. And I'll just say one other thing, which is, I think there's a lot of sort of regulatory capture right now. A lot of people think, this is too big to be regulated. And I think it's useful to look at the history of regulation. Take airplanes, for example. Airplanes used to fall out of the sky every single day, right? And then at some point, people say, we need to come together and regulate sort of the airline industry. So everything like from the engines and so on and so forth is regulated. And now the airline industry is the safest, it's so safe to fly these days. And so I feel like we can do something similar as well. And so maybe those are indirect models where we can appeal to to address things like fragmentation and things like that. So.
Thank you, Matthew. Does anyone address to the questions or comments from you? Okay, sure.
Well, thank you so much. Actually, it's a very, very interesting questions, and I have a few actually comments on this. Actually, fragmentations. Okay, fragmentations. Maybe perhaps we need to actually create the IGF, right? Instead of IGF, AI Governance Forum. Even the internet governance. Right, we've been talking about 20 years. We still have not actually come up with suitable models. I think we need to actually come up with what is actually workable and it's the best examples models instead of actually having a complete global regulations, which is very, very difficult and not very palatable for many, many stakeholders. So I think we need to actually have to come up with sort of best example, what is really, workable solutions rather than actually having a concrete regulations on AI, I think that's the way to go. In terms of Africa, yes. Actually, I actually work mostly in Africa, by the way. So the last 12 years, 13 years, actually, I mostly actually worked in Africa, mostly in Rwanda. So actually, AI is actually utilized very much so in African context as well. A lot of actually startups actually have been using AIs, and then other actually database solutions. So I think there are actually a lot of solutions which is coming out. However, the human resources are limited. You're right. So there are different ways. There are actually a lot of actually advanced institutions now established in Africa as well, like Carnegie Mellon University in Africa, in Rwanda. AIMS, African Institute of Mathematical Science, is also in Rwanda as well. So that is also ways to advance that kind of initiatives. And also, I think developed countries like Korea, Japan, for example, I have quite many students actually who study AI and continue to actually do PhDs here in Japan. And one of them actually have generative AI models for African languages. And he was studying here. He was actually a research fellow at the RIKEN, which is one of the top actually research institutes. Unfortunately, he moved to Princeton to continue his research. But so that's kind of sort of human resource capacity building initiatives that, for example, JICA is actually known for, and also KOICA, the Korean, and also other countries actually doing that. So I think you can take advantage of that kind of framework. About DPI and DPGs, yes. Scalability was always the issues on open source initiatives and also on ICT for development as well. But I think we're seeing a lot of interesting sort of DPI, like the Indian MOSIP model. That is scalable. They're actually serving like 1 billion people basically, right? So that actually is seeing a lot of scalabilities beyond POC, which is hallmark for ICT for development. And then lastly, about women's inclusions. I think digital technology actually gives actually quite unique opportunities in terms of pseudonymizations. So sort of masking the gender, but basically giving the opportunity for the inclusions. I think much more so than like in-person environment. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you very much. So before we close, I know we're running out of time. I'd like to just give a couple of minutes from Rafiq and Professor Zhu. So, Rafiq,
yeah, sure. Just a few words with regard to the, let's say, the empowerment of local communities, for example, in terms of the inclusion in terms of data collection, training, the avoidance of bias, etc. So one approach we found is that not just deploy a solution in a simple social experiment, but instead have a holistic approach where we tend to form local communities, let's say villages, municipalities, universities, schools, train them on how to use the whole, AI system. And then this is done for few studies, but at the same time, it allows us to build data sets to train these models for these communities. Because one of the things we encounter is that when you train these AIs, obviously in English, I mean, you're biased towards one particular, context. So we've done this in Tunisia. So this was a island called West Nusa Tenggara, with the University of Mataram. We trained these data sets with Indonesian. And currently we're focusing on the Afghan case because I think, as we all know, there's a lot to do in Afghanistan, and the case study that I covered is mostly focusing on equity, women empowerment, and of course, as I said, the data collection, the AI models are trained particularly for this context, and of course, they can be generalized. This year it's for Afghanistan, maybe, I don't know, I will try it in Iran, I don't know, next year. Yeah, so that's all for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I will be brief. I think on the fragmentation now, I'm going to be slightly controversial because from a science point of view, we see they are all different stakeholder groups. We have great institutions, UN, OECD, WEF, and if they are paying attention to AI and AI governance, certainly I think it's valid because different stakeholder groups have slightly different concerns, and the robust discussion between the groups and making trade-offs in some of this is going to be important. I don't see at that level a fragmentation, but more of a more interest from different stakeholder groups. Comes to regulation, of course, there is also the importance of both horizontal regulation, regulating AI as a whole, and there's a pros and the cons in that, and the vertical regulations on particular products, the interaction between them. removing some overlaps is important, but there needs to be both rather than one way or another. But only one thing I think there shouldn't be fragmentation is science. Science is international, science is not value-based, and the scientific evidence and the advice to this policy and stakeholder groups really need to collaborate more. I see a lot of scientists, research organizations here. I'm looking forward in collaborating with them. Thank you.
Thank you. So all of the science and technology global platform for collaboration. So thank you very much for your participation today, and I'd like to continue, our discussion. So, so please keep in touch, and then, so before we close, actually, I'd like to particularly thank, the Seung-hyun Kim and Juno Kwon, doctoral students from KAIST. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your time and all the speakers. And if you leave your contact to the Junho after this session, we'll particularly just keep in touch with you after this session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I'm still in London. You've just transitioned from my role in Chatham House. But I'll eventually move to Geneva next year. So yeah. How long have you been in Geneva for?
Well, a bit on and off for the past 10 years,
Okay.
but 6 years in total.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you next year then.
Yeah.
가방 바르셨네요? 아, 예. 초록색으로 바르셨네요. 네, 랜덤 뽑기였어요. 아, 정말요? 저 선택까지 또. 아, 괜찮은 것 같아요. 전 초록색이요. 네. 이따 있으실 거예요? 그저 그렇게 될 거예요. 아, 정말요? 아, 저는 호텔로 가서 호텔에서 조용히 혼자 일해야 돼가지고.
Thank you very much for being here. I would like to know if how many of you speak English or Spanish, so the presentation maybe will be done on English or Spanish, or I don't know. English? Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. This panel we are going to be talking about freedom of expression of internet in internet. Taking into account the Peruvian case. Right now, well, like from 5 years ago, we have political unrest, and this dealt to have some issues with freedom of speech on the internet. And we are going to be talking about the prosecutor of the crime of terrorism apology through ICT in Peru, in this case. I think that we need a little of historical context when we are going to be talking about this. During the 1980s, Peru experienced an internal armed conflict primarily instigated by the terrorist group called Shining Path, but also involving the revolutionary movement known as Tupac Amaru. This group, Shining Path, initiated an armed uprising against the Peruvian state with the aim of overthrowing the existing legal and constitutional order at that time. Shining Path, this terrorist group, had a defined ideology, identifying themselves as Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, and their leader, Abimael Guzman, considered himself the fourth sword of Marxism, adding the Gonzalo thought to these three ideologies. But in reality, far from being a guerrilla movement seeking to promote a proletarian revolution, this indeed was a terrorist group, and this group committed numerous human rights violations and attacks not only against Peruvian state, but also against unarmed civilian populations. They particularly target indigenous and native communities. Shining Path had a deeply racist ideology and aimed to exterminate the Andean and Amazonian indigenous people, viewing them as obstacles to Peru's historical development. Throughout this internal conflict experienced by the Peruvian state, there were numerous human rights violations, not only done by this terrorist movement called Shining Path, but also done by the Peruvian government itself. Ayacucho was the region that suffered the most and was the most affected by this terrorist group and also by this violence caused by the Peruvian state. Example of this includes the Lucanamarca and Soras massacres perpetrated by Shining Path, but also a Comarca massacre carried out by Peruvian state. The truth is that this period in Peruvian history led to a significant loss of life. And it came? Okay. Yeah, a significant loss of life and led to a loss of 1,000 of lives that we haven't seen in recent history nowadays. In order to combat these terrorist actions in Peru, our criminal code typified this type of crimes, and it had, when we talk about terrorist offenses in Peru, it has four elements. One, it requires that anyone who incitates, creates, or maintains a state of anxiety, alarm, or fear in the population. Two, engages in acts against life, body, health, personal freedom, and security. Public building, roads, all of that. Three, it needs to be used firearms, material, explosive device, and any other means. And four, it needs to be capable of causing havoc or serious disruption of public peace and or affect international relationships. But recently, in 2017, the crime of terrorism apology was recently put in our criminal code, and it said that if the exaltation, justification, or glorification is made for the crime of terrorism or any of its form, or anyone that has been convicted by final judgment as author or participant of this crime, it says that the person should be punished with no less than 4 years or than 8 years in prison. But when this exaltation, justification, or glorification is done through ICTs, like we can say Facebook, Twitter, I don't know, SMS, or anything that comes through technology, the penalty shall be no less than 8 years, nor more than 15 years. So we can see here that if you commit the crime of terrorist apology through ICT, your punishment will be far big than the one if you do it on, like, I don't know, in a public square. In the first case, you're going to have a penalty of no less than 8 years, and in the second case, you're going to have only a penalty of 4 years. So when we talk about terrorism apology and all the crimes related to freedom of speech, there are some jurisprudential and human rights criteria developed by our Inter-American Commission of Human Rights that is needed to be taken into account when we talk about terrorism apology. Indeed, in the report on human rights made by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, it said that for this offense to be compatible with freedom of expression in the Inter-American system, it must at minimum incite violence or similar actions, and to have a likelihood of success. So it's not accorded to our Inter-American Convention to punish terrorism apology just only by saying so, but you must incite violence, and also this incitation needs to be a likelihood to succeed. And also it establishes a set of criteria in order to apply the penalties for the offense. When the judge is applying this penalty, it needs to take into account some certain kinds of criteria. For example, the context of the situation. If it's done through the middle of the conflict, also it needs to take into account the position of the individuals that make the expression and their lever or influence in society. It's not the same common civil committing this crime, or is being done by a politician or maybe for a military chief. It's also needed to be taken into account the harm caused or that could be caused, and it comes together with the minimum sets explained before. In order to sanction this crime, you need to incite violence and a likelihood of succeed. And when this happens, you have to take into account how many harm this caused. Another criteria is the utility of the information given. Like, it's not the same like, I don't know, Viva Presidente Gonzalo, that giving some information exactly about what did he done, what have he done, or what all the Shining Paths have done, and the type of communication medium used. But in the case of Peru, the Peruvian Constitutional Court, when taking into its court a case related to terrorism apology, it said that the medium used must be capable of achieving publicity, spreading praise to an undetermined number of people, and also that the exaltation affects the democratic principles of plurality, tolerance, and the search of consensus. But, and this is very important, the Peruvian Constitutional Court says that it is not needed to have an actual danger. The Peruvian Constitutional Court interpreted that in order to punish this crime, and what it seeks, this crime seeks, is the potential dangerous behavior, rather than a specific harm or a legal interest. So in the Peruvian case, there is no need to apologize the terrorism crime, but and be able to cause actual damage. Only is needed to I don't know, just to praise the terrorist person, and you will be punished by doing that. And also addresses the need to develop criminal policy in response to our reality. So there is, in the Peruvian case, we have like these two differences. The Inter-American Commission says that in order to this crime to be compatible with the human rights, Inter-American Human Rights Convention, it needs to have potential and actual danger to human lives or public goods. But for the Constitutional Court, it is not needed. Because it only punishes a general potential danger behavior, not the danger itself. So here we have our first. We can find on the Peruvian legislation that when we talk about freedom of speech, like the Peruvian parameters are not in accordance with the inter-American parameters in this matter. And also, when we talk about freedom of speech parameters on human rights parameters in general, we have the Joint Declaration on the Independence and Diversity of Media in the Digital Age of 2018, issued by the Special Rapporteurs on freedom of expression. And what it states? It said that states must refrain from enacting unnecessary or disproportionate laws that penalize or impose harsher sanctions on online expression compared to its offline equivalent. It means that when states criminalize some action, they must avoid just because it's done online to have more strict penalties or higher penalties, rather than it's done I don't know, in real life, we could say. So we can say here that also Peruvian legislation is not in accordance to these human rights parameters, because it says like, if you do apology of terrorism in a street or in a public square, you only be sanctioned for 4 years. But if you do it through internet, you're gonna have 8 years of penalty, without taking into account any specific feature that could happen in this situation, no? So what we see that there are some issues with application of terrorism apology through ICT established in our criminal code. First, it can violate the right to equality. Why? Because if someone commits this crime in a public square, he will be punished with 4 years of prison. But if I do the same through internet, I don't know, I have an Instagram account with 1 follower and no one sees, I do the terrorism apology, I will be punished for 8 years. So is this difference on the treatment of this crime is reasonable? Why is this done? So there's a bit first problem here of equality. Same actions are not treated the same, even though isn't taken into account how this could damage effectively. Also, the broad definition of what constitutes ICT is also a very big problem. Why? Because ICT can be committed to what we understand as ICT. It could be SMS, it could be an email, it could be WhatsApp, it could be Telegram. So in order to prosecute this type of crimes, we could say that police or prosecutors will be entitled to access to private communications only because this terrorism apology is done through ICT. And at this point, we can have a reflection about if I don't know, if I have a private communication with a friend, and I don't know, we are talking about it, and my friend supports what Shiny Path done. As long as he supports what Shiny Path has done, and it does it through WhatsApp messaging or through SMS, it will be plausible to be punished with through the prosecutor. So there's also an issue, a very big problem here related to privacy and in the communications. And also, this type of crime doesn't take into account the diversity of platforms that we have right now on internet, because it's not the same publishing or sharing some information on LinkedIn or on Facebook or in Twitter or in Instagram, or whether we have a public account or more a private account. So this is a big problem here. Also because it doesn't take into account that platforms themselves has moderation systems that could lead to take down content before it spreads all around. For example, let's say that someone committed the crime of apology through Facebook, and because it's related to some kind of violence or terrorist group, the Facebook moderation system takes down, takes that content down. So here we are going to be having a trouble. Prosecutors will be able to punish these type of actions, even though the content didn't get to anybody because Facebook took it down. So this broad definition can also let the prosecutor to punish some terrorism apology that haven't took anyone to know what was well talking about it. So like this is like the general legal and jurisprudential meanings of we have about this crime. So how what the crime has been pursued in practice. At Hiperderecho, we have done some research about how actual prosecutors and how actual judges were judging this type of crimes, terrorism apology through ICT. Here we have a study of how the number of reports of ICT terrorism apology filed to the public prosecutor's office. We can see that from 2019 to 2022, it doubled by a lot. It's the count of reports of ICT terrorism filed to the public prosecutor, and for 2023 on June, it was at around 100 reports. What is also worrying about the prosecutor of this crime is, as you know, on December of past year, we have social unrest in Peru. This led to the Ministry of Interior to have this, to post this on its social media, telling people to report if they see like some kind of terrorism apology through internet. They tell people to report, and they say that you could report these type of crimes to a specific email account. And this email account that people could report this terrorism apology was this, the one we can find here. And what happened? We asked to information about this email account and and the number of reports that it received. 96% were dismissed, and actual cases that prosecutors have in their desk are like 2% of the cases. And why is this worrying? Why one will ask why the Ministry of Interior wanted to prosecute more this crime through internet. And what happened on December of the past year, on January, most of the people that were protesting were marked by the government as terrorists. And without being actually terrorists, there were just people that were protesting, but government said that they were terrorists. And what happened is that everybody that was against the Peruvian government was marked as terrorists and were prosecuted. In this case, we have one case study. We were going to tell the person that was committed with this crime, Rodolfo. He was a student, 22 years old. What happened in this case is very important. Why? Because when we read the judge resolution, we can say that we can see that its Facebook account is actually it's accessible. Anybody could get this Facebook account, and what we could see is that this person that is being committed with this crime, he was a far right person, militant. So all of his posts was related to far right or right ideology. And in his defense, he said that his account has been hacked, that he didn't actually post the the publication that has led him to have 8 years of effective imprisonment. And what the prosecutor did in order to ensure that he was the one that that actually have done this kind of post, he do some anthropology research and have done that and said that as long as the one that appears in the Facebook profile, the Facebook photo profile is the same as the one that is seated here in the court, is the same, we can say that he committed the crime. That was the form that the prosecutor said that he indeed committed the crime. And after all of that, the verdict was that he received 8 years of effective imprisonment and like $2,000 in civil reparations. We can see here that this was the post that was shared by this person in its account. And what we can see is he shared information about a Facebook page that is called Bandera Roja. We can say it. He didn't write the post himself. The account shared that information. That we can say that yeah, it's committing apology of the terrorist group and the terrorist person, Abimel Guzman, but the defense said that he didn't post it, and we can ask why the attorney or the prosecutor didn't judge or didn't seek or didn't take into trial or try to investigate who was behind this Facebook page, Bandera Roja. It didn't do it. So, nor we have, even though we having all this information, this lack of judicial reason, we have this verdict of 8 years of effective prison. So we right now we don't know effectively is this person indeed committed the crime, but it right now is in prison for 8 years. When we talk digital apology, so how is the judicial reasoning here? There is a lack of account ownership verification in this process. The unlawful conduct that is being sanctioned here is the praising terrorist leaders and questioning and criticizing their trials. What led this person and what this post says is that criticized the trial that come into account for Abimel Guzman. If it's done through social media, simply posting or sharing content is an effective way to spread praise. Doesn't matter if you indeed wrote it or you just share it. Maybe you could share it not on purpose, by mistake. It will be also be prosecuted by this crime. And when we talk about civil reparation, there is we've reviewed 4 or 5 judges in this case. Judicial cases, there was the same amount in all these 5 sentences. The amount was the same, like approximately $2,000. But there is no further analysis is conducted beyond confirming non-material harm. So why do ask for $2,000 civil reparation without analyzing if, I don't know, the post on Facebook caused more harm or caused more harm rather than posting it on Instagram or posting it through X? We don't know. In all the cases, it had $2,000 reparation without taking into account these specific matters. So at this point, we ask the persecution of this are we against a persecution of dissent and infringement on freedom of expression of internet? We know because of the social unrest that happened in Peru on December or January. President Boluarte said that the people that were protesting were marked as terrorists. Also, one of the most influential congressmen said that all the people that are protested are terrorists. So we have this problem here. if you say that everyone that is protesting against the government is called terrorist, and also anyone can report anything, any type of criticism through the government done by social media, and you can report it to this specific email. Well, what we are gonna having is people no more is gonna criticizing government through internet. So there's we can see is what police indeed investigates in these cases, and is the problem that we have at Hiperderecho. We have found here actual legislation that we have on terrorism apology doesn't respect human rights standards, and it's so wide open that everyone could be prosecuted by this crime, and it instigates to people that no more that can never to not be more critical about Peruvian government of no more. So that's what I want to share with you. And here Camila is gonna have some comments about what is happening in Brazil, what we can take into account when we talk about terrorism on ICT.
Thank you, Dilmar. Thank you for the invitation also. I have read your article about these issues, and it's important to have this kind of balance of different rights when we are talking about this, because it's complex. We have to consider the concrete case, and what we see is that we don't have like the silver bullet solution, but what is being applied is definitely not the best option. So we are trying to balance the protection of the state, the democracy, the freedom of expression, and each jurisdiction have a different way to balance it. But it's important that you brought some inter-American parameters to do this. So we have some parameters that have to be followed, and they are not being followed. In Brazil, we also have this anti-terrorism law. It's applied a little different because it's about exposing someone to a danger, to the peace, to the public safety. But in cybercrimes, we don't have any specific amount, you don't have any specific sanction for cybercrimes. It's a range, so you can be convicted for an imprisonment of 12 to 30 years, and when it is committed through cybercrime, the judge sees concretely how much is the imprisonment. This brings a challenge too of legal uncertainty. So if it's not in the law, the judge can also apply something that might be not that not considering that much the specific case, but it has to be considered. So we have two opposite sides, too strict on that, but also too broad on that. So when we are talking about this, beyond enhancing legislation, we also have to think on how we can qualify better the judges that are applying this kinds of law. But to end, I would just like to talk a little about the Brazilian context, because beyond of the law, we had recently some cases of we had like a capital invasion in Brazil in January. It was 8 January, and these people are being sued also for attacks against the democratic state and also terrorism. We have a challenge on that, on how we deal with that, and how also the judges try to make the responsabilization of these people by assessing their communications. How do they prove that? And this is a challenge. This is one side. In the other side, that is also a consequence of this context, we have a platform regulation bill in Brazil. It's similar to the DSA, which is the Digital Services Act, is related to content moderation, to responsabilization of platforms, to transparency. But we have two main dispositions that are important. The first one is duty of care, and the second one is the how can I say, the safety measure when you have an imminent danger. The duty of care has to consider, has to make platforms diligent and mitigate illicit practices within the scope of their services, making an effort to improve to combat the dissemination of illegal content generated by third parties, and this diligence also includes terrorism. From one side, duty of care is important for platforms, but in the other side, how to do that concretely? Do the platforms have the power to say what is terrorism and what is not? This is one challenge. And the other challenge is that they might be responsibilized, like a civil liability, when there is a specific case of imminent danger. So this, well, it's not a law, it's a bill that we are contributing also in IDEC, in Digital Rights Network in Brazil, Coalizão Direitos na Rede, and it's a challenge. How can we balance on this? Because we, from one side, people want to make these people liable for their action, but in the other side, we cannot be extremely surveillantism. We cannot have surveillantism. We have to consider the rights and how to balance it. I know that I didn't give answers, but it's great to hear from the Peruvian reality and also to understand in Brazil and how we can compare them both. But it's a challenge that we have to face in practice. So to be fast, that's my contribution. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Camila. And what we can think about is when we talk about terrorism, it's very dangerous to have a wide definition of it, because it can lead us to suppress critical point of views. And when we talk about freedom of expression, we have to be very careful about what type of speech can be suppressed or what kind of speech cannot be suppressed. So in the Peruvian case, we can see that effectively some kind of speech and the speech against government is being suppressed right now. And what I can say is most of the times we can think that legislation or regulation is needed because, I don't know, there is a certain attack against one politician and this people is a terrorist, but it's also needed a specific definition of what is terrorism. And when we talk about terrorism apology also, it's needed to, it's more difficult because we are not talking about actions that constitute terrorism, but a kind of certain type of speech. And that's it. Thank you very much, Camila. Thank you very much for being here. So I don't know if you have any questions here, or because the panel is sending right now. If we have any questions, we can talk outside. And thank you very much for being here.
是这样。
喂，麦在哪？能听见？哎，志成老师，您能听见我的声音吗？我明白你们的意思。open it。开了。开了。志成老师，您能听见我的声音吗？现在还有一个问题就是，喂，可以听见。可以听见吗？
我是雪梅，我可以听到。
好，那个你问一下志成老师能不能听见啊？
在现场，
他刚才说听不见。
摄像头对着他们这个说话，但如果我们的发言嘉宾是在线上的话，是能切换的吗
？Switch the screens.
One screen. Yeah, because we have two. 我们有2个这个会场。
就是你要一个电视机一个。
就可以。我们是不是需要一个？我们这儿有2块屏幕，是你想要2块屏幕，就是一块屏幕显示北京会场的内容吗？
say, look, I mean, again, this friends, I mean, this group of friends, the things going on and so on, is trying to some way to get trust from them. I mean,
well, the group of friends has to be broad enough to include.
I think Mexico and Colombia are really part of it.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's good.
I told Kelly that I have no problem from my side. Just need to ask our mission in New York since part of the things. Not quite sure about Brazil. I think if they were invited or not. But,
I mean, Brazil is very valuable to have, but you know they also have lots of things going on where they
after the cybercrime meetings, I cannot assure you that it could be good or bad.
Yeah, that's the thing.
They, we
it's
were very surprised about the way they are conducting those conversations. It's actually a brick spot.
Well, especially after they've now adopted Google, you know, so
Yeah.
So, but that was like it's the last administration now.
Yeah.
New administration. It's like
I tried to explain Brioni that because you know the Brazilian delegation is basically Gustavo, which is from Capital, and Eric, which is in. And the people from the prosecutor from Brazil, they explain. I mean, Fernanda, they explain me why they are different because they belong to different regions of Brazil. It's quite interesting.
I heard that years ago too. Good to see you. I heard that years ago too because I remember I was going to Brazil trying to promote good events in Brazil.
Yeah.
And Justice Ministry like, look, we really want this, but the Foreign Ministry doesn't want it. And it's a whole.
Same in South Africa, same in Argentina. It's actually the Ministry of Security for Argentina. They just pressured, you know, Mr. Pung, the first signature of the second additional protocol. You know.
Well, that's, you know, you need to have that as a priority because it's politics.
But now in Argentina, you know, if Milei, wins the elections, there could be a major turn and change again, you know, in foreign policy.
Sense of where that's going?
Milei is a kind of, you know, crazy guy that he said that his first move is to visit Israel, move the embassy, you know, to Jerusalem, you know. Well, what's going on right now?
Yeah, maybe you won't visit Israel right now.
But also means he said he's trying also to improve, relations with the United States, you know. It's totally different than the original governments did that before. But that's the problem in Argentina. They changed too much in 4 or 5 years. So,
well, and I remember I went when Pedro was like in charge of like the cybersecurity stuff in the cabinet office. And I remember going to meet his current boss, the Minister of Security, when he was then the chief of cabinet.
Yeah.
And they, you know, and I took our ambassador. Our ambassador said, "Can I come with you?" I said, "Well, you're the ambassador, sure." Because I can never get to meet with the guy. I was like, okay, because they had his back then.
Yeah.
Like something, our undersecretary, secretary. I guess it might have been Brian. Yeah, I think she was like the regional person, Roberta, who then became ambassador to Mexico.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
She said something about Argentina's economy that got them really upset. But then he was really nice to me, and he said, you know, most people in America would give a hard time to you, but, you know, Pedro says you're a good guy, so very nice.
That's very Argentina.
Yes, it was nice. We got some work done.
Now,
got some stuff done.
I think in the case of Brazil, in the cybercrime, I think that Gustavo, especially because he's coming from Canada. Well, Gustavo was posted in Vienna too. I remember him, you know, for the cybercrime expert group. But I think it's this aim to Luna's foreign policy to be the mediator between Ukraine and Russia. And it was about the security process.
Hello, I couldn't find the room.
How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Hello.
Oh yeah, sure.
I think I told you after I went to the conference that Pedro had a month and a half ago.
In Buenos Aires?
Yeah.
There was 2 or 3.
It might have been 2 or 3.
Yeah.
It was a while.
He brought people from the people that were in the countryside, in the region. Yeah, the federal.
And then I went to Olga Hobseva. I went to the wine in Mendoza for the first time.
Ah, yeah, okay. The Malbec wine. Yeah.
It's closer to you.
Yeah.
But it was beautiful. It was great. I'm glad.
No, it's a very good place. And Malbec.
I like the Chilean.
Yeah.
I did that before.
But Malbec is good too. I think they have put in a lot of investment, you know, in Mendoza. It became a kind of place of business, you know. So, but there are a lot of people from Buenos Aires. They really don't know about Mendoza because it's far away.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised that it's closer to that.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, good. It was nice.
Most of earthquakes that we have in this region, in Argentina, not Buenos Aires, but you feel it in Mendoza.
so close to Chile.
No, really good wine, good food. It was good. I was only there for 3 days.
Buenos Aires is beautiful. It's probably the most European city you would.
It's always a great. The first time I went there was when we launched the OAS size, I think, in 2003.
Ah, okay, yeah.
A long time ago. I remember my favorite story about that is that there was a direct flight then from Washington. I got there. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to walk and got there. So I walked around town. There was an Irish bar, this Irish bar. This woman comes up and and she didn't. I mean, you can't tell in Argentina where they're from.
Yeah.
And turned out she was my flight attendant.
Ah, okay.
And the whole flight crew was there getting drunk on their ass because they had to be sober 48 hours before the flight. So
Oh
they
yeah,
go there and they
that's
drink
right.
like the world.
Yeah. But you said 2003 you were in the state?
No, that was Justice.
Ah, Justice. Okay. Ah, okay.
The
Yeah.
Justice representative Michelle Markov was
Okay.
state political military affairs. So she
So Michelle at that time was on the State Department, but,
Yeah, yeah.
but which bureau? It was
PM, political military.
Ah, Paul Neal.
She
Yeah,
was
yeah.
doing some of the cyber stuff.
So cyber started at Paul Neal at that time?
Well, they didn't know where to put it.
Yeah.
So then they moved her to INL, which doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense either. And then when I came, I brought her into my office. In New York.
It's funny because I need to respond, people from ABC because they want to launch a declaration of AI in the military today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hello. That's well, I'm obviously
Declaration. I mean, the first draft it was a problem because they say also nuclear weapons. We cannot support anything saying nuclear weapons. So,
although I was on
yeah.
a side group nuclear was in the Nationalist Science Foundation guy where we were talking to Russia at one point.
Oh, yeah.
Not doing that now, but it was interesting.
Yeah.
Now I'm on now a ASEAN advisory committee. I'm actually going for the defense ministers in ASEAN.
Oh, yeah?
They're very, they don't talk to the civilians
Yeah.
very well, so it's very interesting. Anyway, I'll talk to you later on.
Yeah, it's not urgent. It's actually my friend from Chile. I mean, he knew that I'm here, because IGF is his performance. And so it's this panel. So it seems that Chile has to maybe open remarks or something. Probably the plan was doing virtually. So as you know that I'm here, say, oh, I can do something. Well, send me the paper, talk with my office, you get permission, So bureaucratic stuff, But let me check if, because I already knew that we're going to reschedule it.
Well, so what time? It's tomorrow, right?
I think it's 2:45. Yeah.
I think we're going to 5 to 5:30 hotel, just like drinks.
Okay.
So that'll work, right?
Yeah, because I asked it, Mike, if I can just say the words, and then I can just leave the panel. It doesn't need to stay there.
Well, I mean, if you're happy,
Yeah,
you have other obligations, but I think it might be interesting for you to we have two remote participants, but we are not able to. I cannot open the Zoom. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for being with us. In the meantime, just let's start our conversation and. They're in. Okay, but I cannot see them. I moderate in in the dark. Okay. Oh, acá Mark tiene todo. Mark soluciona todos los problemas. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. So in respect of the time and people that are punctually joining us this afternoon, let me introduce myself. My name is Olga Cavalli. Presently, I am the National Director of Cybersecurity of Argentina, and I also do several other activities in my academic side. I am the Director of the South School of Internet Governance and university teacher as well. And with me, I have a lot of friends and very well-known and respected specialists that were so kind to be with me this afternoon. Mr. Chris Painter. He has been the first cyber diplomat in the world. He's very well known for his work with President Obama. And I met him for the first time in IGF in Turkey. And, since then we have been in contact, and he has been participating in all the schools of internet governance that we organize in countries of the Americas, whether in person or remotely. He's always keen to help us with his knowledge and his presence and all the activities that, sharing all the activities that he does. With me is my dear friend, Claudio Lucena. Claudio is, he's a professor in Universidad de Paraíba in the northeast of Brazil. We recently organized the South School of Internet Governance there in the beautiful city of Campina Grande, where he lives and he is based there. So thank you for receiving us there. To my right, I have my dear friend Mark Datisgel. Mark is, he's one of these young jewels of the internet governance space. He is very active in ICANN. He's a GNSO council member. And also he's involved in several research activities related with the internet. And I have my dear friend, remote participants that I have. Sandy, are you there? ¿Estás ahí, querida?
Hola, querida Olga, sí, aquí estoy.
Hola, Sandy. Sandy Palma, she's from Honduras. She's the CEO of a non-governmental organization named Honduras Cibersegura. And she is very active in all related with cybersecurity. Also, she has been a student, a fellow of the South School of Internet Governance. And I have Jose. Jose, are you there? Jose, ¿estás ahí? Jose Cepeda, he's a parliamentarian from Spain.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenos días.
Hola, José, querido, ¿cómo estás? José, una pregunta in between us. ¿Quieres hablar en español o en inglés? A mí me da igual, te puedo hacer una traducción no simultánea si preferís hablar en español.
Pues la verdad que lo preferimos, yo creo.
Ok, siempre el idioma lo queremos. Ok, fantástico. No problem.
Gracias.
So I have drafted some questions for my dear colleagues, and I would like to start with Chris. Chris is now what's the director, CEO,
President, yeah.
President of the Forum of Cyber Expertise, and he travels all around the world, contributing and organizing different capacity building activities related with cybersecurity. And I have kind of a weird question. How do you see the impact of all the activities that you do around the world? Do you see that it's really changing the cybersecurity landscape in the countries that you visit, especially focusing on developing economies, countries that, what I see, at least in Latin America, is that priorities are always other priorities. It's not cybersecurity, it's not the main priority. It's usually problems with economics, security, exporting goods, or some other problems related more mainly with economy. How do you see that evolving after, through all the work that you do? You feel that has an impact and something is changing, and then we can ask some other questions to you. And thank you for being with
Really happy to be here with my friend Olga and the other panelists and all of you. Well, I shouldn't say no, then I just have to find another job. I just say no. I do think it has an impact, and I should say that capacity building was one pillar of what I did when we started the office at the State Department, the cyber diplomacy office, and now there are like 45 of them around the world. Some of them are in this room, and that's great, and that's important to look at this as not just a technical issue, but also as a diplomatic issue, as a policy issue. And I'd say that even back when we started the office, we were doing capacity building in different parts of Africa, other parts of the world. We also focused in with the Organization of American States and others. And one of the reasons for that is I think of capacity building in the cyber realm, but really in everything, as the enabler for all, not just to fight all the bad things we see, all the the threats that are continuing to grow and evolve, but also to enable all the good things we want out of the internet. And more importantly, to your point, Olga, to enable something that every country wants now, which is to seize on digitization and seize on the digital economy and take advantage of this relatively new platform where they all see, this is bridging gaps between communities is always interesting. The security community doesn't talk to the economic innovation community. This was true when I worked in the White House too. There was a National Economic Council, the National Security Council. They had different views of things, so they didn't always coordinate. And when we did the cyber strategy at the White House, getting them together was itself kind of a Herculean effort because they're just different viewpoints. So if you can message it in a way that both the security people and the economic people understand, which is this enables this digitization, this seizing of the digital economy that you all want to grow your economy, particularly in developing countries, that makes it something where they say, okay, this really is a priority, because that's a priority. And if cybersecurity is going to enable that priority to succeed, then we want to be part of this. Then we understand what the end game is, that it's not just a cost, it's something that's going to achieve something. And to get that, you often, for this capacity building to work in cyber or anything else, you need real political buy-in. It can't just be, the technical people you're training say, yes, we want more, which is great that they do. But if you don't get the larger political buy-in, it's not sustainable in the long term. You end up doing one-off trainings, one-off things that are great when they happen, but then 5 years later it's lost. So you need to have a sustained effort, get it ingrained in that country, and that's really tying into the economic priorities as well. And I think we've seen that. The pandemic had a silver lining in the sense that countries recognized how reliant they were on these technologies, that it wasn't optional anymore, and they see it in terms of infrastructure projects, water, power, financial. Everything is controlled by cyber, and security is something that will make that more trustworthy and also operational. So the couple things that I'd say is in Africa, we created a cyber experts group. I think that's having real impact. Certainly in the Latin American Caribbean region, I'm working through the OAS as our kind of regional hub too. We've been partnering with them. There's been lots of great efforts to build CERTs, computer emergency response teams, have national strategies, which are the kind of framing policy document. And I have seen real, I think, impact there, which is good. ASEAN countries, I just came from Fiji, where we launched our Pacific hub, so for the Pacific Islands. More and more countries are understanding, and that was with the Deputy Prime Minister of Fiji, so I think, again, that political level was important. We've seen that connection, but we have to sustain this. And my organization was brought together to have more, as a community really, is supposed to coordinate and make sure we put this on a higher level. And we're having a big conference in Ghana, which is a worldwide conference, not just an Africa conference, at the end of November to bring some of these communities together, including the traditional development community. We all know the SDGs, but the cyber community and the development community, again, two separate spheres, and bringing them together is critically important if we're going to make progress. So my long answer is yes, there has been an impact. Yes, I've seen it. It's hard to measure these things, but I've seen, I think, real progress in a number of countries as they, I think, create a more trustworthy system against all the threats that will help them succeed economically.
I think that some recent events, perhaps related more with ransomware, are showing the value of having a resilient infrastructure and be aware and have rising awareness about all these things. And I find very interesting the link that you make with the development of the economy. If we don't have that infrastructure in shape, that won't happen. So I think this latest new attacks are perhaps putting this issue more in the spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been doing cyber now for 33 years. So for a long time, I was a prosecutor prosecuting cybercrime cases when no one cared about them back in the 90s, and then went to help run the computer crime section, was at the FBI, the White House, and the State Department. And through that whole time, the cyber people, we're not cyber people, but we do cyber stuff, we would be saying this needs to be a priority. And to be sure, in the U.S., at the end of the Bush administration, certainly the Obama administration, because his campaign was hacked into, and now in the Biden administration, it's a priority, but it can't just be one priority of like 300, right? When we had the ransomware attacks, where people had to wait in line for gas, where you might not get your hamburger because it went after a meatpacking plant, where in the Irish healthcare system you might have your healthcare impacted, that makes it a backyard issue. It makes it a political issue, and it makes it a real priority. And so that's what I've seen, not just in the U.S. but around the world, is more and more this is becoming a priority. The other thing is the cyber people are pretty bad at explaining this, being the translators to policy people, and we need that translation. We can't make this a magic thing. It has to be something that they understand. This is a geopolitical issue. It is a capacity building issue. It's an economic issue, and we need to put it in those terms. I remember used to going in, with the exception of Janet Reno as the Attorney General, who got this completely early on cybercrime. But most senior ministers or cabinet officials for us, you talk about cyber, their eyes would roll back in the back of their heads and go, oh my God, that's a technical issue, I'm afraid of that. They're not afraid of like nuclear issues, and those are really technical. You don't need to be a nuclear engineer to deal with those issues, and you don't need to be a coder to understand the implications of cyber and cybersecurity. You need to have some of those people on your staff, but you don't need to be. And I think we need to make sure that policymakers can grasp that. And I've also seen that both in the government and in companies, and that's, I think, a real change too.
Thank you. This is why capacity building is so important, to build bridges in between technical people and policy people, which is always challenging, especially technicians and lawyers. No? I'm an engineer. Okay, José, ¿estás ahí? José, ¿te perdí?
Sí.
Hola.
Sí.
Te voy a hacer una pregunta en español, pero después yo la voy a traducir y después te doy la palabra. De los comentarios que me mandaste para este workshop, me pareció muy interesante esta iniciativa que están llevando adelante de estos cascos azules, cibercascos azules. Y si nos podés comentar un poco sobre eso, y también de otra iniciativa de un mapeo de infraestructuras críticas. Ahora lo voy a explicar en inglés y después te doy la palabra, y después que hables yo lo traduzco al inglés. Y muchas gracias por estar acá con nosotros. José Cepeda, he is a parliamentarian from Spain, and he has been going around the world and he's engaged in a very interesting initiative. Perhaps you have heard about, I'm sure you have heard about it. It's, ¿cómo se dice casco en inglés? Helmet, cyber helmet, and you're involved in that initiative from the United Nations. Jose, maybe you can tell us about that. And also another initiative that you told me is about a map about cyber critical infrastructures and related with parliamentarian activities. So maybe you can start with the cyber helmet issue. And if you speak in Spanish, then I can translate to the audience. Many thanks for being with us this afternoon, early morning for you in Spain.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much, dear colleagues, for this meeting, and especially to Olga Cavalli. Thank you so much. Bueno, I prefer to speak in Spanish because my English is very bad. And,
sounds good, huh?
Okay. Well, thank you. La verdad es que hablar de los cibercascos azules o hablar de los mapas de infraestructuras críticas en España en concreto, para mí es una gran oportunidad, además en este foro mundial. Voy a ir por partes. Voy a hablar primero de España, si os parece, y luego de la parte más internacional o más global. Respecto a España, es verdad que se están desarrollando, siguiendo un poco las últimas resoluciones que hemos aprobado en la Unión Interparlamentaria, una mayor sensibilización de lo que es y una mayor profundización en la idea de lo que son realmente infraestructuras críticas, ¿no? Por ejemplo, ya estamos evaluando de una forma seria que todos los parlamentos sean infraestructuras críticas. Es decir, cuando hablamos también, antes me gustaba un poco lo que Christopher, ¿no?, y Olga hablaban, ¿no?, de la fusión de los puentes entre lo técnico y la política, ¿no? Yo creo que es esencial. Lamentablemente no hay muchos políticos que entiendan técnicamente, ¿no?, de ciberseguridad, y esto en muchas ocasiones genera un problema a la hora de intentar tomar decisiones.
José,
Pero en España,
hago el translate.
Perfect.
So Spain is, he will focus first in Spain. They are developing resolutions, especially with the Interparliamentarian Union, in definition of critical infrastructure. And they are starting to think that the parliaments and the parliamentarians are a critical infrastructure. And also he finds it interesting, this idea of building bridges in between technical people and policymakers, and also the politicians to be involved with the value and the importance of cybersecurity. Sigue tú. Perdón que te interrumpo, pues si no me voy a olvidar de todo.
Muchas gracias, Olga.
Okay.
¿Qué ocurre? Uno de los mayores ciberataques los estamos viendo cómo son desarrollados en las instituciones, por ejemplo, locales más básicas. La mayoría de los ataques que estamos recibiendo en España suelen ser justamente los viernes a las 5 de la tarde. ¿Por qué? Pues porque así tienen todo el fin de semana libres para estar trabajando cuando saben que no hay funcionarios y no hay empleados detrás o controlando las máquinas. Debería haberlos, pero realmente no lo hay, sobre todo en las pequeñas instituciones, en las corporaciones locales, no en los ayuntamientos. Entonces, digamos que desde las instituciones, desde el Gobierno de España, se ha desarrollado una infraestructura que desde el máximo nivel hasta el mínimo nivel hay una capilaridad en la responsabilidad a la hora de nombrar. Por ejemplo, hay responsables a nivel nacional, pero luego se han creado CISOs, digamos, a nivel autonómico, por regiones, y luego cada una de esas regiones se encarga a su vez de estar ayudando y controlando a cada uno de los ayuntamientos y de las corporaciones para que toda la estructura institucional esté protegida.
Okay, Jose, thank you so much. I will translate. So in Spain, they have noticed that most of these attacks are performed Friday at 5 p.m. So they have all the weekend to work with the infrastructure that they have intruded. So the government has started to work with all levels of the government, which is national, regional, and municipal. ¿Cómo se dice municipal en inglés? Local level. Thank you.
Local level.
So and also establishing responsible people, CISOs, responsible people of cybersecurity on all of these different levels of the government. Sigue tú, José.
Thank you. Y entonces es verdad que lo que se ha tomado como decisión es de desarrollar este escudo institucional para que todas las infraestructuras críticas, no solamente las institucionales, pero sí que desde las instituciones haya la posibilidad de desarrollar un mapa en cada localidad, en cada región y en su conjunto del país, para que no solamente la cuestión estrictamente de las instituciones o política, ¿no?, sino que todas las empresas puedan tener un acceso directo a esta red y al final incluso hasta cualquier ciudadano que pueda tener algún problema, pues digamos que sepa dónde puede haber una conexión con las administraciones públicas, con los gobiernos, ya sean locales, regionales o el gobierno central del Estado, para proteger a toda la ciudadanía y a todas las empresas y a todas las infraestructuras que dependan directamente del gobierno.
So there are like a map of critical infrastructure of all the country. So everyone knows, companies, organizations, government, also the individuals, they know where to go and what to do if they have an incident and how to try to solve it and where to connect.
Thank you. Bueno, y si te parece, ahora vamos a hablar de los cascos azules, cibercascos azules, ¿no? En fin, como bien sabéis, me ha tocado estar trabajando durante algunos años en la elaboración de un informe mundial, precisamente a nivel institucional para la Unión Interparlamentaria, y este informe está siendo analizado y debatido en las reuniones que están teniendo ad hoc sobre cibercriminalidad y ciberterrorismo, una comisión ad hoc que se está desarrollando para supuestamente en un futuro, que la previsión es que haya 1 o 2 años, hacer una gran cumbre mundial en Naciones Unidas sobre la ciberseguridad. Se denomina mejor cibercriminalidad, cibercrimen, bueno, ciberterrorismo y ciberdelincuencia en general, ¿no? Y es verdad que en ese contexto surgió la idea de buscar que Naciones Unidas se convierta en un paradigma de la ciberseguridad también, ¿no? Si lo es de la seguridad a nivel mundial, ¿por qué no también dotarla de recursos, de medios, para que sean también un poco los líderes que, sobre todo, como comentaba también Christopher, ¿no? Hay algunos lugares del mundo donde está muy lejos la ciberseguridad. Por ejemplo, en África, ¿no? Hay algunos lugares de Asia remotos, algunos lugares de África. Es importante que al final, como en una pandemia, cuando hablamos de ciberseguridad, todos los países tengan unos mínimos recursos para protegerse. Y es verdad que Naciones Unidas ahí puede hacer una gran labor. Por eso nuestra propuesta va dirigida a que si ya existen los cascos azules como una estructura, ¿no?, de Naciones Unidas también para salvaguardar las decisiones del Consejo de Seguridad y salvaguardar y evitar que haya conflictos que vayan a más, como lamentablemente últimamente estamos viendo en todo el mundo, pues nuestra propuesta iría porque Naciones Unidas desarrollara, más aún si cabe, el cuerpo de los cascos azules en un área tecnológica que pudiera dar cobertura a todos los países del mundo.
Thank you, Jose. This is challenging. It was a long one. Okay, I will do my best. They have been thinking about this concept of Mark is translating everything in the chat, so he's so fantastic. Exists this concept of the blue helmets that are taking care of security and organized by United Nations. So he has been working with the Interparliamentarian Union to promote the creation of a summit in United Nations focused on cybersecurity, cybercrime, with this United Nations paradigm focused on security. Why not having cyber helmets for cybersecurity, as they have already normal blue helmets to try to help bringing security to all different places in the world. So the idea would be to develop this concept of cyber helmets in this summit that would happen in 1 or 2 years. Espero no haberme olvidado de nada. Creo que dije todo. Me estoy recibiendo de traductora no simultánea.
Maravilloso, traducido fantásticamente bien.
Gracias. ¿Algo más que nos quieras comentar por ahora? Después vuelvo con alguna otra pregunta, José.
No, en principio nada más. Muchas gracias y siento un poco todo este doble trabajo que te estoy encomendando.
No importa, sí, así aprendo más. No está mal tu inglés, te voy a decir que por lo poco que escuché estaba muy bien.
Muchas gracias.
Sandy, ¿estás ahí?
Sí, querida.
Hola, querida Sandy. Ay, te veo. Oh, qué bonito el fondo.
Hola.
Ahora me enganché
Hola,
con el
¿cómo
español. I have to switch to English, Sandy, so sorry. But your English is very good, so I'm sure that you will handle it very well. Sandy is the CEO of a non-for-profit organization in Honduras. Honduras is a country of Central America, and she has been very, very active, apart from the fact that she has been one of the students of our school several times. She was in Buenos Aires last year. And she's a good friend of our group and our community. Sandy, how do you see the situation in Central America? We see, especially I see all these immigrants going through Central America, trying to reach United States, going through borders. I don't know how this has an impact in the infrastructure, how these people handle the situation. How do you see the situation in Central America in relation with cybersecurity? How do you see the capacity building in bringing a difference in that region? And thank you very much for being with us today. What time is it for you? It must be the middle of the night. Thank you for that.
Sí. No, igual que José, voy a hablarte en español porque mi inglés tampoco es tan bueno. Sí, aquí son las 12:40 de la madrugada, así que es un honor, pero no te preocupes, he estado todos estos días en el mismo horario. Te voy a pedir, voy a hablar en español, así que te toca traducir también.
Me toca, pero ¿entendiste lo que te dije? ¿Sí? ¿La pregunta sí?
Sí te lo entendí, no hay problema, pero prefiero en español. Ok, en Centroamérica, te digo, estamos como en pañales, estamos las capacidades profesionalmente somos muy pocos en el área, así como a nivel mundial, los informes te indican que hay gran necesidad de profesionales especializados en ciberseguridad. Sin embargo, son muy pocas las universidades en la región que te permiten o tienen incluida dentro de su currícula la temática. No sé si paro o sigo, Olga.
Un poquito más y ya después traduzco.
Ok. En cuestiones a nivel de ciberseguridad, como todos saben, incluso uno de nuestros países hermanos, Costa Rica, sufrió unos ataques de ciberseguridad muy fuertes a nivel de gubernamental. Sin embargo, no es la excepción. Eso ocurre a diario en todo Centroamérica. La diferencia es que no se hacen públicos. Esto ocurre a nivel privado, en el sector privado y a nivel también público, pero como no hay un ente rector, no existen políticas, no hay leyes que hablen de la temática, entonces no se hacen públicos. Y todos los afectados se dan cuenta solo cuando el ciudadano utiliza una red social para denunciar que fue víctima o sus datos fueron violentados de una institución privada o pública. En caso contrario, no se hacen públicos, oiga, pero sí tenemos una gran brecha que cubrir en el tema de ciberseguridad.
Okay, thank you, Sandy. Sandy is saying that the region has a lack of professionals in cybersecurity, which I think it's a problem all over the world, and many professionals from developing economies are moving to being captured perhaps by other countries demanding the capacity of these professionals. They have a high necessity of infrastructure. Few universities have programs to train, and this is something that I want to speak with Claudio in a moment. Few universities have careers focused on cybersecurity, and a country in Central America, Costa Rica, we all know they had really suffered a very, very strong ransomware attack that practically immobilized the government for several days. So she said something very, very interesting that I have been thinking about after I heard something in the school in Campina Grande. Nobody talks about what is happening. The only way that people get to know about attacks is through some citizens explaining that something is happening in social networks. This is something complicated, and someone in the school said something very interesting, that the aviation industry uses all the information of every event, unfortunate event like an accident, to improve the security of airplanes. And now we all know that it's safer to go in an airplane than crossing the street. We all know that. But that is because and thanks to all the information that has been provided and captured after something wrong is happening. So someone said, I cannot recall who said that in the school, and I said, why don't we find a way to capture all the details of the attacks? Perhaps taking away the name of the institution or bank or organization or country that is being attacked, but using all this information to really try to improve and advance the way that to solve or to be resilient. Perdón, porque me entusiasmé contando una historia que escuché en Brasil, Sandy, así que ahora te doy la palabra de nuevo. No sé si te entendiste lo que comenté, que me pareció muy interesante de la industria de aviación, de capturar toda la información para ir mejorando cómo resolver ataques. Ahora la palabra es tuya.
Ok. Bueno, mira, aquí en la región nos ha tocado en todos los sectores ser resilientes, e incluso durante la pandemia se miró el crecimiento exponencial de los ciberataques, especialmente al sector academia, ¿no? tomando en cuenta de que estos tuvieron que cambiar su modo, su forma de enseñanza que tenían décadas de utilizar y le tuvieron que cambiar en 30 días, pasarse a la virtualización. Y muchos de estos centros académicos, tanto de todos los niveles, desde preescolar hasta superior, fueron víctimas de ciberataques. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que ocurrió? O sea, no, esto no paró. Las universidades no pararon, los colegios no pararon, pero sí tuvieron que ser resilientes en ese aspecto y empezar a implementar políticas, normas y protocolos a nivel interno. Aunque nuestros países no tengan una estrategia nacional de ciberseguridad, una política nacional de ciberseguridad, o incluso el ejemplo más claro, si ustedes ven al historial de eventos como este, como el IGF, y miran cuántos representantes de gobierno se han registrado o han participado de Centroamérica, se van a dar cuenta que solo hay uno en los últimos 5 años. Una sola persona representante tomador de decisiones, ¿verdad? Yo he participado, trabajo en el sector gobierno, pero no soy una tomadora de decisiones. Están los ministros, están los cancilleres, están los mismos presidentes y nadie ha participado. ¿Y quiénes crean las políticas? Son las autoridades de gobierno, ¿verdad? Entonces, ahí se mira algo muy importante, que tenemos que crear conciencia. Y para lograr eso, Olga, va relacionado con algo que tú me indicabas en las preguntas que me enviaste. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Bueno, o sea, ¿cómo lo vamos a hacer? Y esto no se logra de ninguna otra manera si no creamos concientización por medio de la educación, formación de los servidores públicos, de los usuarios, de las personas. Y esto no es fácil de lograrlo. O sea, desde lo que yo te decía, la academia tiene que incluir en su currícula educativa hablar de temas de ciberseguridad, así como hablamos de ética, de matemática, de ciencia. Tenemos que hablar de ciberseguridad, y la ciberseguridad no solo es hacking ético, sino son leyes, derecho informático, más y más.
Thank you, Sandy. She really explained very well how the academia moved to the virtual activities during the pandemic, and they had to develop their own internal policies because some countries in the Central American region, as per she's explaining, they don't have a national cybersecurity strategy, or perhaps they don't have the policies in place. So the different organizations have been organizing themselves in having their own internal policies. And she talks about the lack of participation perhaps in this fora of governmental officials or people that are involved in developing policy, especially from Central America, and the importance of rising awareness and education of public servants and the lack of activities in the academia. Sandy, can I give the floor now to Claudio, because I want to follow up a question to him in relation to what you have been saying. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, sure. Chris wants to make a comment in between.
Yeah, so it's interesting, this idea of doing something like the National Transportation Safety Board does for airplanes in the U.S. And actually, this is something I think our Department of Homeland Security, I'm no longer in the government, the Department of Homeland Security has done, is they have this action board to look at major cyber incidents. They have a number of luminaries on it, Jeff Moss, our friend, and others, who look at things and try to learn and have reports on it. So it's still in its infancy, but that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yes, but what we notice, at least in Argentina, is that in general, who has been attacked doesn't want to say, because of different reasons. Because if it's a bank, they want to keep their reputation for their customers. They don't want that the customers go away to other bank because they think that their deposits will disappear. Or if you're a government or government or agency, perhaps you, yeah. So
but that's been true for like 30 years, right? And I think it's changing a little bit because now, in certain parts of the world, there are disclosure laws. If there is a breach, they have to disclose it. Securities regulators, like the Securities and Exchange Commission, are saying if you're a publicly traded company and this is a significant event, you need to disclose it. Europe has laws they're passing now as part of their package of laws. And I always used to say to companies who didn't report it, and same with government, better report it and get it out of the way, and people will understand that you're on top of it. then it be found out like a year and a half later, then you risk more reputational harm, I think. But it's still a challenge. I agree.
I think it's challenging. I think it's a process that it's starting to be more transparent, but we still have a kind of a lack of transparency in general to learn from experience. Claudio, Sandy mentioned something that I think it's really important: the role of universities. There are few universities that really have a career in cybersecurity. As far as I know, there is one university in Argentina, in Buenos Aires, de Universidad de ¿cómo se llama, Adri? La de Pablo. La de Pablo. No. Bueno, ya me va a venir. No. Bueno, ya me olvidé. I cannot remember the name of the university. They have created one career on cybersecurity. They have a very high demand of students. It's not virtual yet. It's still for some demands of the bureaucracy, local bureaucracy of universities, but they plan to go virtual. And how do you see the role of universities? Because I've been a university teacher for 20 years, and I teach these issues to my students, but as part of not part of the formal program. I share with them information, try to motivate them to learn about these things, but it's not really in the formal program of the career that they do, which is general informatics. How do you see that being someone so much involved in this process and being a university teacher?
Thank you very much, Olga. Thanks for the invitation, for the space, and thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. That's a very good question for which I obviously do not have the answer. I do not have the truth, but I might have a suggestion of a path to follow. And I think it should be based on at least 3 pillars. The first one is we have, from the academia, we have to acknowledge that the presence of the digital ecosystem is much more different now than it was 33 years ago when Chris started. I think that's a very good starting point in scale and in nature. I'll elaborate a little bit on it a little bit more. Second, the university has to understand its role in the process, and it's difficult to make universities change. University professors who are here are already starting to laugh. So, and the third, it should be for universities to understand that traditional approaches, such as courses, curricular reform, as Sandy was mentioning to us, might not be good enough. It might not be enough for the amount of the challenge that we have. On the first point, back in, let's say, 2005 in Tunis, and when the IGF started, cybersecurity was already an issue. So there were critical infrastructure, there were particular professions that were concerned about it. It was important, but still a niche thing, if we could say so. Fast forward 15 years, and now visiting a temple in Kyoto during the IGF might raise cybersecurity concerns. So it's not only the scale, it's the nature. I've written a paper during the pandemics that was an initiative from the Latin American office of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. And we were trying to analyze cybersecurity aspects of what happened after the pandemics in the scenario of Latin America. There was some data that I collected from a friend from University of Chile that struck me absolutely. He mentioned that by February in the COVID time, before the COVID, right, before the declaration of the pandemics, 0.6% of the Chilean population had some online activity connected to labor. 0.6% of the Chilean labor force was somehow connected to working online. If he measured then it again in April, 3 months later, the percentage had risen to 5.6%, and he measured it again in July. The percentage had risen to 18% of the Chilean population doing some kind of regular activity connected to work. It's not cybersecurity, but it's attack surface. It's an aspect of people that had not been online yet, and it's a personal digital transformation that accelerated a lot. So that is to end this point, is to say a lot of our life, it's not a niche thing, it's not an aspect, it's not a fraction of the human lives. Cybersecurity is an embedded aspect, an embedded dimension of everyone's life that touches, it's a backyard issue. So I think this consciousness is not obvious to universities. And the second and third points, I think they're together. And this I speak a little bit more from a global south perspective in public universities, to be very specific, because those are institutions that have a different role in the global south. They have a different outreach. They are able to work on that awareness. And as I say, bringing you numbers, Sandy here brought a deficit of cybersecurity professionals. I have an estimate of around 300,000 professionals that we lack today. Around that, Mark can confirm that, 300,000 professionals in Brazil only. We do not and we will not fill that gap with regular courses, reforming curricula, formalizing this. For one, because the university simply does not do that. We do not reform curricula overnight or depending on that.
Takes forever.
Yeah. So thinking about other alternatives, but the university and the academia in general, and in the global south, it happens a lot. We have a huge mobilizing power, community engagement. So through other alternatives, we can try to hit one of those aspects. And I can bring you a good practice from my university, Paraíba State University, which is the UAMA, which stands in Portuguese for the Open University to the Elderly. I think it's something we discussed over the SIG. It's a program. It's a formalized program in the university that is directed to the elderly, 60+ people. We include various. The idea of the program is to bring them back to the university and make them do interesting things in life again. So they have language classes, health for their age, human rights notions, and then in the beginning of last year, because they have suffered a lot in their personal process of digital transformation, that was a segment of the population that was hit hard. So the director of the program asked me, he found this in a law school and said, why can't we prepare a cybersecurity course for these people, 60+? And I thought the idea was just brilliant. And then I thought, looking at stakeholder-wise, and it seems like that for children, we're very much concerned. They learn how to grow up in this environment. We help them navigate. It's pretty much taken care of. It's far from being solved. They're far from being safe, but it's pretty much taken care of. For us, we manage, right? We'll get around.
We can, but
we'll get around. But it seems that for 60+, we have just forgotten them. Yeah. Left them on their own. And they do not instinctively act adequately and appropriately. And the results of that first semester of 2 groups with 30 people was absolutely amazing. How much engaged, how much more aware they were, how much more they were able to defend themselves in this environment. Because then again, and I close here, the cybersecurity dimension that we have to tackle today is not only institutional anymore. It's not only collective anymore, it's also on an individual basis. And I think universities have an incredible role that can play in this, provided that they meet these 3 aspects and understand those 3 criteria.
It's interesting what you mentioned, because at the where I work in the Directory of Cybersecurity, we're promoting some papers that we're writing. And I did write about old people, because I experienced that with my mom. She had Facebook, and she used she died 2 years ago, but she used a lot social networks, and she tended to believe that everyone was thinking like her, because all the people were her friends. And it was very difficult for me to explain to her that that was not the whole universe of the connected world. And yeah, she was very vulnerable about the information that received, what she read. And I think that's a target that it's totally forgotten, and I agree with you. And so I wrote something about that. So now I will go to my dear friend Mark. He has been so kind to do the translation in the chat of the Zoom room when I was translating into English and Spanish, which is my new profession now. Mark is very active in the GNSO. GNSO is one of the spaces of participation of ICANN. ICANN is the organization that gathers all the different millions of different networks in the world together through some unique identifiers. And one of these unique identifiers is the domain name system. And Mark has been working very actively in a working group about security in the domain name system. So why don't you share, Mark, with us what is that and how does it affect the cybersecurity, and what us should know about that and how people can learn about it. And thank you for your participation here.
Thank you so much, Olga. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone. I will try to be that guy that is the bridge between the technical and and the normal. So let's give this a try. So when we talk about the domain name system, we're talking about pretty much anything that resolves using that system. People don't think about that, but when you're using WhatsApp, it is using the DNS. You just don't see it. So the domain name system actually operates most of the internet as we know it. So it's one of the few shared resources that we really have in the world that are truly global. And that's why caring for its security should be a priority. The problem is, and we have people here in the room who are very active in ICANN as well, who can say I'm wrong or right, but for a long time this was not put as a priority. This was put as something important to be looked into, and certain aspects of security were maintained, but that was on the very, very deep technical level, at the security level of the protocol. So it's like, how secure is the technical part of the DNS, right? Is it running smoothly? Can it be tampered with? That was the concern for a long time. But as we see an increasing amount of cyber attacks, different types of initiatives that really seek to harm users around the world, then we had to expand the conversation a little bit. Who are the actors who are using the DNS to do things that are simply not secure, simply do not fulfill the mission of the DNS, which is being reliable, secure, and available for all? And there are some cases in which we arrived at that simply do not have a positive use. So the operation of a botnet, there are no good botnets out there. There's nobody doing charitable, nice things with a botnet. It's always criminals, and always of the worst kind as well, might I add. So why are we allowing these people to make use of the system that is a global good to leverage this for their attacks, right? That was the sort of question that started this working group, this process that I chaired. And the reality is that there are a few categories of questions that we arrived at that we believe are not good uses of the DNS. And as a working group, we recommended that to the people who run the systems of the DNS. So we're talking here about the registrars and registries, which are basically the people who either have custody over a certain suffix, like say .ninja, or they sell those domain names using that suffix. And we approached them and said, you know, we think that in this very specific, very narrow use cases, this cannot go on. So we settled into a list that is basically botnets. So for those who don't know, it's basically leveraging machines from around the world to carry out a concerted attack or to carry out a disruption in mass. So phishing, which is sites that impersonate another institution or another organization and use that to steal credentials from users. Malware distribution, so it's sites that only exist to perpetuate malware. So there is no other use for that domain name other than spreading a virus or an attack or being a bridge for an attack. There's nothing else there other than that. And farming, which is when a website only exists to collect informations of users for malicious purposes. There's also a addition to that, which is spam. But when I mention spam, you shouldn't really think about it that way, because it's spam as a vector to the things that I said before. It's very specific, right? So this is not about fighting spam, which might have legitimate uses. This is about fighting spam that leads a user to a malware website, right? And this has been presented to these operators. And so far, what we think is that they agree with us that this is something that would be desirable, that it would be better for the internet if they adopted these changes to block this specific use cases. So the term that we use is DNS abuse, but if we are to be very, very accurate, it's technical DNS abuse, right? We're talking, so intellectual property infringements, anything that has to do with honor or anything like that, anything that's content is not going to be touched upon by that, because ICANN has a technical mission. What we're trying to fight is some forms. This is not even all forms, right? We didn't actually arrive at all forms, but we arrived at some forms that malicious people use to leverage the DNS in a negative way. And we are now very deep into the negotiation of this being a standard. For the entire world, no. So it is for generic names. The country codes, they operate under their own rules. We hope that some of them adopt this or want to talk to us about this or think that this is a good idea. But this is each nation's prerogative. So our expectation is that within the next year or so, this will come to be, these new rules will come to be, and with that we'll be able to add a little bit extra security to the internet. It's not even like the tip of the iceberg, but we are hoping that at least we can show that we are actually looking into this, that this is not a non-issue, and that we understand that there are very, very bad criminals leveraging this public resource for things that it should not be used for. So that's the general idea. If anybody is more interested in this, I can offer more technical material, but this is the overview, sort of. So thank you very much for your attention.
Mark, this is an issue of operators only, or global cities, individuals can have a say or do something to prevent that? It's can I do something against the DNS abuse, or just have to suffer it and hope that my operator or my registry and registrar do something about it? How do you think?
So as part of this, that's actually a very good question. As part of this agreement, we're also upping the requirements for what these operators need to include in their contact forms. Before, it was very much like whatever you want, right? They needed to have some form of reporting available on their website. So you go to a big registrar, I'm not going to cite names, but like a big registrar that sells a lot of domain names, right? And you have identified that they are the ones operating a malicious domain name. Right now, if you go there, it's not very clear where you can report something, but that's going to be standardized. It's going to go into their contracts that they need to have something that's actually, the user can get there and say, hey, I noticed that this website is a phishing operation. It's copying this website. I have the proof. Here's are the elements. Here's the proof of this. Here are the comparisons. And this will enable people who are looking into the system to verify. That's not an automated thing. It's never going to be that. It's literally a way for you to communicate with these operators very directly. At the end of the day, it's still their call, but we are making an effort so that people actually can report these things. So supposing your business was cloned and you're currently suffering an attack from that, now you can report that at the international level, which, I think it's a big win. But, opinions may diverge, but still, I consider it a win.
Yeah, that's an event that we usually see in the national CSERT, and people are having problems with domains. Okay, we have like 8 minutes. Any comments, questions from audience? Yes, there's a mic there. Can you go to the mic? And can you tell us your name and where you're from?
Thank you. My name is James. Oh, no. My name is James. I'm from Cameroon. So my question goes to
Chris, our star.
The man in the middle. So, quite frankly, I'd like to understand the difference between digital diplomacy and cyber diplomacy.
Oh, that's
Thank you very much.
Slight difference, eh? Yeah, please. Yeah, we don't have much time.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Paloma. I'm from northeast of Brazil. I would like to congratulate the panel. These speeches were wonderful and necessary, of course. Then my question, especially taking Claude's speech about the digitalization of personal life and the attack on individual basis, and your speech, I forgot your name, sorry, when you told us that everybody's using DNS while we are using WhatsApp, but most people don't see it, or about phishing cases, something like that. Well, it became clear that cyberspace is an intrinsic part of the development of any country, okay? A strong cyber capacity is crucial for states to progress and develop in economic, political, and social spheres. The need to integrate cyber capacity building and development policies has been documented by the academia and the policymakers and the other sectors from society. The investment in securing cyberspace affects the success rate or other policy initiative as well. However, there is a clear need for a deeper dialogue with the development community and recipient countries in order to better to understand how to implement cyber capacities in practice in order to achieve broader development goals. So to stimulate the debate on cyber capacity building and its impact on social and economic development worldwide, I'd like to understand your opinion about the contribution of digital education to this issue. Since digital education involves not only learning how to use platforms and tools, but also involves the critical and reflective use of the internet and its possibilities, and is capable of, in long term, of course, preparing a society for life in a cybernet context. And I'm including this topic at the debate because I think that it's something really important when we are talking about administrative risk, or better, we are talking about to define what kind of risk I'm able to support, and to know that I need to understand which are the risks and the impacts in my society, business, or whatever. I don't know if I made myself clear, but that's my question, contribution to the panel. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Jameson Olufuye from Abuja, Nigeria. I have a comment and then a question. First to Chris, on the issue of connecting say, cybersecurity to development. Last year, UNECA sponsored a research program which was released at the IGF in Ethiopia. Chris, you were there, and I had the privilege of actually conducting that research. And we're able to really measure it, measure maturity, cybersecurity maturity to development as a way of persuading leadership, policymakers to see the connection. In that study, a 10% increase in cybersecurity maturity could yield between 0.66 and 5.4% increase in the GDP per capita. And that used data from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. So it's available on the website, at least some of the data available on the website, www.cd4ir.africa. So you can check it there. Then secondly, where is Mark? Okay, the question is for Mark. Okay. Okay, Mark talked about DNS with WhatsApp. I want him to expatiate further because there is what we call the OTT. A number of these OTT, they don't really need to depend on the root system. So I want to expatiate on what you mean by even using WhatsApp. You know, there are a lot of OTT over the top application. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christine Mujimba. I work with the regulator, communications regulator in Uganda, and we operate as SAT there for the communication sector. So information sharing indeed is, like Olga said, there's reputational risk, and so especially the financial sector tends to keep it back. But what we have done is to have an awareness of the CEOs of companies so that they don't see this as a technical issue and they begin to invest in it. But I'm curious to know about investment in tools. We are talking about capacity building, but we need the eyes to know what's happening, and that is really very, very expensive. And in developing countries or emerging economies like we are talking, it cannot be, it's not affordable and sustainable. So I'd like to hear from the panelists what is being done in that area. The other, when Mark mentioned, and I appreciate the issue of botnets and them only being malicious, but I know that there are use cases of AI in terms of the cyber intelligence arm. So where is the balancing act when they are deployed for those purposes, especially since you said you have a list? I don't know if it's a black list or a white list. And then lastly, on the cyber certification, again, this is very expensive, and yes, there is a deficit of cybersecurity experts. So what level are you looking at? Just the basics, like how you taught as a child to look left, right before you cross the road, not to share your PIN, things like that. Is it at that level, like with the elderly, or is it at a higher level? Thank you.
Okay, we have running out of time. I'm so sorry. Next year I will book 1 hour and a half. I promise. My proposal is that we find a moment outside. Do you have 5 more minutes? Maybe you can respond quickly, and then we have to cut off the queue. I'm so sorry for that.
Those were all great questions. Digital diplomacy and cyber diplomacy, they're similar. I think digital diplomacy has often been the economic aspects and telecommunications, where cyber was the larger cybersecurity, geopolitical issues, but I think they're merging. I think I'd say that. I think the question about, I agree bringing the development community and the cyber community together is critically important, and that's what our conference in Ghana is trying to do, and a lot of our efforts are trying to do. I thank you on the GDP issue. That's an important one that shows actual impact of this work, and I think that helps drive decision maker and money and funding, which is scarce. So that's really good. So those are the ones I'll quickly comment on. There's many others.
Mark?
I wish I had more time. Sorry.
Yeah, very quickly, I'll go back to my comment. This is something that I always mention when I'm giving classes. People think that the DNS only works when you have an URL on your address bar. So that's where the DNS exists. And you go, you type, and that's the DNS, right? But the DNS operates when you find something on a search engine. The DNS exists when you're operating any app, pretty much, because they use DNS routing to actually function. So these protocols, they exist everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're using it through an app, if you're using it on your microwave, or whatever you're using. And we don't do enough to explain this to users. So they think that this is a very specific thing. Oh, it's about having a domain name. It's not that. It's an entire system that sort of runs the internet. So people can't appreciate the importance of it because they don't understand that it's not just owning your name dots anything. Thank you.
Okay, big applause to everyone. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Claudio. Gracias, José. Gracias, Sandy. Muchas gracias a todos. Y I promise next time I will book more time. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thanks, no. And I'm here all week, so I'll see you guys around.
Great being with you, Chris.
Yes, great being with you. Thanks a lot. That's very interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Gracias, muy bien. No, tenemos una otra. Jueves temprano, a las 9. Vale. Sí, porque me voy a programar otras cosas para ver, ahí perfecto, porque a las 10, 10. Ya estamos.
Eu tenho uma pergunta.
Oh, eu vou ficar.
Minha pergunta é a seguinte. O senhor mencionou sobre a questão das gerações mais jovens, né, que cresceram já no meio digital, e isso me lembrou da questão, né, que foi vetada a questão de educação digital no ensino, né, nos ensinos fundamental e médio. Eu acho que apesar, né, minha pergunta é se você acredita, né, que isso foi um erro.
Não, não acho que é supérfluo, não. Eu desde muito cedo. Então, assim, desde a estrutura familiar, a educação, e aqui você está falando com uma especialista brasileira, certo? De educação, Paloma, Então, eu acho que, não é que eu acho que é dispensável, não. Eu acho que convivem com o ambiente, mas de forma mais intuitiva, né? Mas que precisa haver critérios definidos em políticas nacionais, nem porque
uma coisa, né, eu considero uma coisa você ter uma intuição, como mexer.
Não quero resolver só com intuição, não. Seria irresponsável. Até porque as crianças têm uso intuitivo, certo? Esse uso intuitivo nem necessariamente ele não é o mais positivo. Certo? Então, um pouquinho de experiência de quem trabalha como educador, de quem tem experiência em políticas educacionais, essa experiência vale. Eu acho que a gente tem que usar. Deixar o Deus dará também, só porque são mais jovens, não é uma saída. É até bom você lembrar isso no ciclo
Não, mas tá ótimo. Manda. Nossa, não vai demorar muito. Não, manda pra ele. Aquela assistência com facilidade. Eu sempre gosto de ver ele é ótimo. Registra, né? Não, se eu fosse colocar. Não vai ficar bem. Vamos ficar. Eu sempre fico orgulhosa. Quando ele fala, eu sempre falo muito bem, eu falo muito bem, eu falo muito bem. Estou sempre
Olha, cara, pra quem tá jogando aí, mexendo no futebol, tu tens isso aí, né, bicho? Eu tenho futuro nesse negócio aí, cara. Agora nós estamos comemorando dia. É hoje? É hoje? É hoje?
Yeah, whichever. So Evelyn is the moderator, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Three of us. Okay, so just this three. Okay. All right.
Good afternoon to this session, Promoting Human Rights through an International Data Agency. Welcome both to our participants and speakers here on site and also to our online audience. I am Evelyn Tornitz. I'm going to be moderating the session today. I'm a senior researcher at the Institute of Social Ethics, University of Lucerne, Switzerland, and also a MAG member here of the UN IGF. Here today with me are Peter Kirchschläger, Director of the Institute of Social Ethics, also University of Lucerne, Switzerland, Kutoma Wakanuma, Professor at the Montfort University in Zambia and UK. Then we have Frank Kirchner, Professor at the German Research Institute for Artificial Intelligence in Germany. He's online. He'll be joining us online. We have here with us on site also Hyung Jo Kim, from Professor at Choang University in Korea. And then we have Miguel Laukite, Professor at Pompeu Fabra University in Barcelona, Spain. She will be joining us online. And then we also have Yuri Lima from the Federal University in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. He will also be joining online. Some words to the flow of this session. We will start with short input presentations. It's just really short to give you a bit of an overview what the session is going to be about. Afterwards, it's going to be a question and answer from both online and on-site participants. And then we would really like to also have open the floor in the sense of having a lively discussion with all of you. Also hear your inputs, your comments, and your contributions, which you would like to share with us. So let's start with Peter, who is here with us today. So if you could maybe explain in the beginning what this International Data Agency, what it is about and how it will contribute to strengthen human rights.
Well, thank you so much, Evelyn, and thank you to you, all of you, being here. Warm welcome to this session. So the idea of the International Database Systems Agency, IDA, is a result of a multi-year project started at Yale University in the US and then finalized at the University of Lucerne, basically addressing the question how we can make sure that we identify early enough the ethical opportunities and the ethical risks of so-called AI in order to make sure that all humans can benefit from the ethical opportunities and that we are able to master the risks in a way that humanity and the planet can flourish. And based on that research, I made two concrete proposals. One is to deal with AI in a human rights-based way, so talking about human rights-based AI. This means, though, looking at the entire value chain of so-called AI. So looking into how we, extract the resources, that this is happening in a human rights respectful way, how we produce technology products, also there that we do that in a human rights respecting way, and also then the use and also maybe human rights based the non-use of certain technologies, if we get to recognize that certain technologies we shouldn't use because they may be human rights violating. And that is the first concrete proposal. And the second proposal is to think so-called AI with a dual nature, so having ethical upsides and ethical downsides, and comparing that to nuclear technologies, because also there we have ethical positive potential but also ethical negative potential. And thinking in the model of the International Atomic Energy Agency, simplifying it, in the field of nuclear technologies, we were doing research, we built the atomic bomb, we used the bomb several times, and then we realized as humanity that we need to do something about it in order to avoid the worst. I'm fully aware that the International Atomic Energy Agency is not a perfect solution. It has its geopolitical implications. But still, I think it needs to be admitted that it was able to avoid the worst. So I think in analogy in the model of the International Atomic Energy Agency, we should also establish at the UN an International Database Systems Agency, IDA. IDA aiming for fostering peace, promoting sustainability, and promoting human rights, but also making sure that no AI-based product which is human rights violating is ending up on the market. And I'm very much looking forward to our discussion and this session about this idea of IDA. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Peter, for providing us with this overview and what you're envisaging for IDA. We go on now to Kutuma, who will also give us a short input on IDA and what possible role you would see.
Hello. Oh, is it on? Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us on this session, which I'm hoping we'll have a very good discussion between us and yourselves. I think it is very important that we do think about establishing an agency such as IDA. And I think one of the things that we ought to be doing as we try to advocate, or as we advocate for the establishment of IDA, is to look at how we can be responsive when it comes to the identification or the identified social and ethical concerns around emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. Oftentimes, when these technologies are being innovated, they're being developed, or perhaps designed and then implemented, one of the things that is, excuse me, one of the things that is always looked at is the positive aspect of these particular technologies. Very little, I think, in the process of these designs up to the implementation stage, do we, or do the developers think about the consequences or the threats that these technologies present. And this then brings us to concerns around the privacy and data protection, for example, and also other ethical concerns such as ownership and control, because we know that as the technologies are being developed, the concentration of ownership and control is in the hands of a few, especially as they trickle down to, say, for example, the Global South. We have issues around transparency and accuracy of the technologies. We have concerns around autonomy. We have concerns around power, which then speaks to aspects related to monopoly, to dependency, and to a certain extent to digital colonialism as the technologies become mainstream. So rather than becoming reactive when the concerns the unintended consequences start showing up, we need to be a bit more proactive, and I think this is where IDA might actually come in. So some of the questions that we need to ask is, how do we become responsive to responsible innovation? For me, I think one of the things that we ought to be looking at is being inclusive, particularly when we are looking at how these technologies permeate globally. Yes, of course, they perhaps start from more developed countries and then trickle down to less developed countries. But the issues perhaps may be similar to a certain extent, because obviously privacy and data protection concerns, I think, could be universal to a certain extent, although of course the way these concerns may be looked at or experienced could be slightly different. We also need to be cognizant of the fact that we need to understand how these technologies can have an impact on the different subjects that start using these particular technologies. So how do we go about ensuring that we co-create, for example, or co-produce these particular technologies? Because for the most part, we have these technologies as global technologies. And when we're talking about global technologies, sometimes we should be concerned about who are the voices that are representing these particular technologies in a global manner. Do we have everybody at the table when we're talking about ethical concerns that impact people? And for the most part, I think there is a gap in terms of who is at the table, whose voices are being represented, whose social and ethical concerns we're going to be talking about. And if we're going to have an agency like IDA, that may actually help in terms of overlooking or supervising or indeed monitoring these particular concerns, so that we can actually use these innovations, we can actually use these emerging technologies in a more responsible and not irresponsible manner. So this is what I have to contribute for now, and then hopefully I'm looking forward to an exchange with everyone else here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kotuma, for adding this aspect of responsiveness, which is, I think, really a key word that is not often mentioned, but I think, yes, you're right. I mean, if we want responsible innovation, it should be responsive, inclusive, and proactive, as you mentioned. Thank you very much for adding these points. We will go on now with Frank Kirchner, who is joining us online. Frank, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Frank Kirchner. I'm the director of the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, actually, and at the same time, the professor for robotics at the University of Bremen. What I would like to take a point of view, of course, from the, creating these robots, creating these systems that we actually call AI-based robots, because they have to act and are already acting in real-world environments, in direct cooperation, for example, with people in production facilities, but also already in private households. And I think what we're seeing now is just the beginning of it, because in many countries, because of the demographic factor, we will have a very, very high need for more and more of this kind of automation. At the same time, these systems will be required to do even more complicated tasks that usually have been done or are still done today by human beings. So what that means is that we have to create systems, robotic systems, acting in a real-world environment, maybe in direct contact with human beings, that will have to be able to perform really, complicated, maybe for human beings, trivial tasks, like packing something or cleaning your house and stuff. But for a robot, for a technical system, it's still very complicated. And this can only be achieved with massive intervention by artificial intelligence tools. So having said that, as Peter said, there's one thing that is actually one way and one alley that we have to go down that is really very useful and can be, of high value for humankind. But on the other hand, because we have to use these highly and sophisticated AI models, there's always the risk of danger in whatever way to misuse these systems as well. So how do we deal with this? The problem is that we cannot say we avoid it. We cannot say that we don't touch it, we don't do it, because it will be done. It's already moving forward. And one thing that has already been mentioned by the previous speaker is that if we look at who's able to actually do these kind of things today, who can build these robots, who can build the systems that can drive the robots, the AI technology inside, it's only very few. Yeah, and it's not even states, it's not even countries, it's actually private companies. Yeah, so if you want to create the foundational models that you need in order to enable a robot to do these kind of tasks that I was describing, you have to put a lot of money into creating the model, the foundational model. And if you look at who is doing this today, it's the big five. And not even countries, not even the high developed and rich countries in Europe or in North America are putting the kind of resources to the table. So this kind of idea of having the IDA, I think I do support a lot, because it gives the opportunity to create ways to design these systems that gives the power to more and more people. So instead of just having a few experts that can design these kind of systems, we have the possibility by creating standards in the way we design and program these systems from the very low level mechanical and electronic level of performance all the way up to the high level behavior and decision making in these devices. So these standards have to be created and somebody has to monitor them. And that's something that can be done by you know, as we have seen it in software development tools in general. If you go back to the 70s, for example, there were a few people on the planet that could program your IBM computer. And these guys were, you know, flown back and forth between all parts of the world, you know, in order to do this kind of programming. In the meantime, we have been able to develop frameworks and model-based development tools that allows basically everybody to program his own computer. And the same thing, I think we have to think about for robotics and for artificial intelligence-based systems. The effect of this will be that we have more and more people that are able to not just create these systems, but also to understand their working and to understand their inner functionality. And that usually is a effective way to block and to put a wall to misuse of these kind of systems. The other thing that these you know, model-based frameworks for design and programming allows us to do is we can also use meta-knowledge for all the parts that go into these robots, you know, so we can have a cradle to grave tracking of all the components that go into these robots. Where has this motor been produced? Who has produced it? What material was used for it? What was the carbon footprint for exactly this material that went into your robot? So we can track it, but all by you know, having a more standardized way to design, to build, and finally to program and use the kind of systems that by no means, by no question, we need in the future to serve so many challenges that humankind is facing now and moreover in the future. So that would be my comment and my hope for, you know, something that an institution or an idea like the IDA could support, and maybe even be an institution, like Peter said, to monitor this kind of development worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for adding this new aspect of creating standard and also monitoring the compliance with this standard. And yeah, also this tracking system that you mentioned for the design, development, and use of robots and AI. We're gonna go on now with our on-site participant, Yongo, on my left side.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm the pronunciation is for European is very difficult.
I'm sorry for that.
Okay, thank you very much for having me this good opportunity to this meaningful meetings, especially for Professor Peter, Kirschlagan, and Evelyn. So I have very many things learned from this conference yesterday and today. From today also from presenter. How should we live and prepare for our digitalized society in order to preserve or even more promote our human rights with digital technology? So let me start with a brief quote of a technique philosopher Heidegger. A quote begins, regardless of whether we enthusiastically embrace technology or deny technology, we are bound to it helplessly. The question concerning technology. Yes, the using of AI is unstoppable current. For example, I should our situation in Korea to express. Before 3 months, the Korea Ministry of Education decided to offer AI education to all our children and high school students starting in 2025. In addition, primary subjects such as math, English will be taught with AI tools. It means two ways, coding and some related to AI technology. We should all run in our education knowledge. We should do, and also in other subject, mathematics, English. With this subject, also with AI tools to be offered to all our educational person. So in this context, I would like to say that it is very self-evidently that we should have an agent such as control tower, IDAM. Because as we are well known, AI technology has not only positive, but also, as mentioned, a negative side. So that we need a control tower in order to minimize the negative side. It is self-evidently. Therefore, I think more significant is not mere asking whether it is possible, but asking a question in regarding how it will be. More concrete, how we should and will build the institute. Because such a question finally constitutes our object or targets of our question, and the thought underlying the question constitutes the character of that object. Meaning to say, question make entity. So with following two questions, I would like to suggest discussion regarding of direction of building of IDAM. First is about the problem of infinite regress. In the age of artificial intelligence, data are becoming ownerless. Well, even though yesterday many presenters in the main session have stressed the data authority, but this fact can be considered as a counterfactual evidence for the fact that the ownerhood of data is becoming weak. The agents that regulate the use of data will eventually collect more data than any other agency should be controlled or regulated. This could lead to call for the agency to be a subject to be also controlled as well. Yeah. Therefore, it is important to demonstrate the agency's trustworthiness. At this moment, we should come back to the value of transparency and fairness. The second, the problem is of definitional research on human rights. Okay. If we discuss the concept of human rights in the abstract and theoretical dimensions, such as level of political declaration, maybe today so many speakers yesterday in the main session said, it may be related to the just philosophical concepts such as very broad concept human rights or human dignities. But, however, if we consider the cultural context, in Africa or Asia and so many other groups, the concept of human rights will be made concrete and realized in accordance with the situation. This should be a research group to establish a good circle or the Victoria circle structure between general and particular value, namely universality and diversity. I think this should ultimately be implemented through collaborated research between various research groups, something a law researcher and ethics and philosophical research group. Okay, my point, word two. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Young also for pointing out first the role of education and knowledge, which we haven't talked about yet. And of also for highlighting the need of transparency, fairness, and embedding human rights in their contexts. So we will go on now with our online speaker, Migle. Migle, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you perfectly, and we see you also.
Okay, good. So first of all, it's great to see you again, although even it's online, but it's great to see Evelyn, Peter, Kutuma, and Hyongo. It's great to see you again. My point, thanks of course for this opportunity to explain why do I think that IDA is relevant and necessary in this context of especially artificial intelligence advancements. So basically my point was more, I start from the European perspective so as to argue that, well, we do not have, and therefore we need a sort of international agency to address the threats that the artificial intelligence and the related systems might give rise to, so much so that European Parliament has recently published its suggestions on how to expand, how to improve the proposal for the Artificial Intelligence Act that the European Commission is promoting, right? That the first artificial intelligence legislative document that we are right now negotiating at the European level. And one of the things that the European Parliament has seen as very relevant and very, very important was the idea that we need to address not only classify artificial intelligence on the basis of the risk, but also bear in mind that the high-risk artificial intelligence systems might and surely will have a huge impact on the human rights. And therefore, European Parliament has proposed that the high-risk artificial intelligence systems should undergo the fundamental rights impact assessment, which was not foreseen in the original version of this legislative proposal. So the assessment of this impact would basically include such elements as the purpose of the system, intended geographic and temporal scope of the use of the system, categories of natural persons and groups, not only persons as such, but also groups likely to be affected by the use of the system. How we are going to verify that the particular artificial intelligence system is compliant with the legislation related to the fundamental rights, but of course it applies to the human rights more widely. And what kind of reasonably foreseeable impact we can envisage through this impact assessment, and what specific risks, what harms can we think of, and what adverse impact there might be. And should this assessment lead to the certain huge and negative outcomes, so that the foreseeable misuses or harms are kind of especially relevant, the developer needs to inform both the national authorities and also the stakeholders, and in particular the national supervisory authority that might start the investigation. So having said this, of course, we say, okay, that's a great initiative, and well, we very much hope that all these assessments might be brought into being. Where I do see the role of IDA is that basically being the focal point where all these assessments might flow, so as to basically make the good use of all this enormous amount of information related to artificial intelligence risks and harms to people and groups of individuals or ethnical groups or any other groups of human beings, because this information is fundamental to prevent these risks and negative impacts, right? So making this knowledge also available and accessible for international organizations would help us also not only to prevent these harms from taking place in Europe, but also would expand this protection worldwide, because United Nations, and in particular the International Database Systems Agency, so IDA, could be the institution that could be in charge of this task, because otherwise, you know, we discover things in Europe, but then we export, then we would say, okay, so many companies might say, okay, we cannot do this in Europe, but there is the rest of the world, right? Where you can do anything you want. And the way to prevent this from taking place is to build IDA and make it the focal point for this sort of information to be distributed, accumulated, and put to the use that would prevent any abuse, harm, or other negative effects on the people from other continents, where actually I think Kutuma rightly pointed out that there is a tendency, there was a historical tendency, you know, to colonialize and abuse other continents. So I think this is the way to prevent also the repetition of historical errors we're still kind of not comfortable with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miglia, for your input. And also highlighting again, I think all the speakers have agreed that yeah, technology has lots of advantages, but we also need to handle the negative consequences and the risks, especially when it comes to these high risks AI that you mentioned, which at least at the European level then has these impact assessments and what to do with these assessments or with this information that these assessments generate, like ideally to predict future risks. So there also we have like a new contribution that we have not discussed so far yet for IDA. We will go on now to our last speaker, who is online from Brazil. I'm not going to ask you what time zone that is and what hour of the day, but Yuri, if you are there, can you hear us?
Sure, thank you, Evelyn. It's 4 a.m. in Rio. So good afternoon to the participants of this important session on the International Database Systems Agency. It is a pleasure to be here today. I would like to briefly speak about the challenges of building a fairer international division of labor in the digital economy. In the past decade, we have witnessed the rapid and unprecedented evolution of AI and digital platforms that ushered in a new digital hyper-globalized economy. These powerful changes have transformed the essence of work globally and will continue to do so. While the potential of recent technological advances to drive growth and innovation is staggering, there is a significant disconnect between the pace of this evolution and society's capacity to adapt. The speed at which new technologies emerge far surpasses our collective ability to understand, regulate, and fairly integrate them into our economic fabric. The result is an unequal distribution of the benefits of this technological progress. The digital economy, as it stands, presents a stark disparity between the international flow of profits and labor. While a handful of multinational tech giants amass incredible wealth, sometimes larger than countries' GDPs, most of the digital labor force finds itself in a challenging position. This dichotomy results in an international division of labor that is often invisible, underpaid, and inhumane. A modern dynamic that echoes centuries-old practices when resources from many were channeled to benefit a privileged minority. The technologies might have changed, but the underlying logic in their development, operation, and even disposal still relies on exploring cheap labor from the global south. From Kenyan content moderators who flag harmful content to train ChatGPT, and gig workers in Brazil who drive for Uber while producing data that helps to develop autonomous cars that will eventually replace them, to the Congo miners who extract the materials to produce the next iPhone that will later be dumped in electronic waste landfills in Thailand. Many people around the world face poor working conditions with low pay and little to no labor rights or protections to sustain a digital economy that seems very clean and sleeky in the developed economies' Silicon Valleys. Meanwhile, Article 23 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights articulates everyone's rights to just and favorable conditions of work and to just and favorable remuneration, ensuring an existence worthy of human dignity. Moreover, the Sustainable Development Goal number 8 calls for decent work for all, fostering economic growth while upholding workers' dignity, safety, and rights. Sadly, the current digital economy diverges from these noble ideals. In consequence, the time has come for urgent action to promote a more ethical international division of labor in the digital economy. We need greater transparency around the supply chains and labor practices that sustain big tech. We must recognize that the role of underdeveloped countries in the global flow of technology and wealth cannot be diminished in importance, as it is imbricated with the more valued parts of this global value chain, both sustaining and allowing it to exist in the first place. The Global South, where much of this digital sweatshop labor takes place, must have a seat at the table in determining global rules for the digital economy. Enter the potential role of an international database systems agency, IDA, an agency that can serve as a sentinel, monitoring and ensuring that the principles of fairness, justice, and equality are upheld in the digital sphere, observing the current state, but also anticipating future challenges. IDA can shine a light on areas that have remained in the shadows, revealing inequities, identifying best practices, and recommending actionable solutions. An IDA at the UN level can bring transparency and provide a platform for governments, workers, businesses, and civil society to engage, collaborate, and commit to a fairer digital economy. By promoting the rights to a fair international division of labor, IDA would ensure that a larger portion of the society, not just a privileged few, enjoy the fruits of the digital revolution. In conclusion, while technology drives progress, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that this progress does not come at the cost of human rights and sustainability. As we build a more technologically advanced society, we cannot leave human rights and dignity behind. The future we want is one of inclusive prosperity and equity. Getting there will require bold steps to reform the International Division of Labor in the digital economy as it stands. An international database systems agency at the UN can be a platform for technical cooperation in the field of digital transformation, promoting a just and equitable digital future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yuri, for also pointing out here what Kotuma already mentioned as well, like who is sitting at the table, and that absolutely the Global South also needs to be included as well if we talk about labor rights, but of course not exclusively. Thank you for that. We have now heard the inputs of all our speakers, so I would like to give the word to the audience, both on site and online, first for a round of questions and answers to our panelists. Maybe we can start first with the participants here on site, if you have any open questions. Yes.
Hi. Oh, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Suji, and I'm from Seoul, Korea. And I'm studying public administration in the Seoul National University, and now I am a PhD student. So I really, really wanted to ask, is there any model as a governance? So, I mean, is IDA is looking for IAEA model or FDA model kind of things. So if you are thinking that AI could be a hazard as a nuclear energy, then are you thinking about IAEA model? And then do you think it is fit for the context of AI, and what should be the authority and power for the governance exactly? And so I was curious about what the governance body of IDA would actually do concretely, and what the authority or power should it have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for posing this very important question, like about the concrete function and powers also. Who would like to answer that question from the panelists? Maybe Peter?
Well, thank you so much, Sushi, for the question. So you're absolutely right that there need to be adoptions made, to, let's say, the model of the International Atomic Energy Agency, adopting it to the field of AI. I think you're absolutely right on that. I still would think that the model of the International Atomic Energy Agency can serve to give us orientation how many functions, rights, entitlements such an agency should have in order to really make a difference then on the ground. Because I think what's important now is that we have gone through a period of beautiful declarations and guidelines and recommendations, but we haven't seen yet so much impact of that. Businesses run as usual. We're still facing the same risks. We are not that good in identifying the ethical opportunities together. Not everyone is benefiting from AI, and so we need something really which is teethful, so has an impact. And I think there we need to adopt the International Atomic Energy Agency model in order to make it fit for AI, but I think it's possible. Looking at, for example, concrete functions IDA should have, for example, what is absolutely usual and not even questioned in the field of the pharmaceutical industry is a certain kind of approval of access to market process. And something similar would be needed to be done in the field of AI, so IDA would have the rights to run such an approval process. Secondly, it would need to have, the proposal would be that it has also possibility to sanction not only state but also non-state actors not fulfilling their duties, not fulfilling their obligations. So in order really to make, to see a difference, of the impact of artificial intelligence on the ground. Basically, the underlying motive is to protecting the weak from the powerful. And of course, who the powerful is, as we have heard from Frank Kirchner from Germany, is that the powerful, it has kind of shifted. The powerful in the field of AI are the multinational tech giants, and not so much the states anymore. So of course that needs to take into consideration as well. Thank you.
Would you also like to add something?
Yeah, just quickly. And I think for me this also relates to Migle's contribution when she talked about the EU AI Act, which is currently being debated. So it's interesting because it is an EU AI Act, and my take is that it's kind of going to be slightly different from, say, the US, if they're going to be talking about their own act. And it would be different from, say, for example, Brazil, or for perhaps also Africa might be looking at, a different kind of act or regulations. And within these particular countries or continents, there will be also countries looking at different regulatory policies or acts, if you like, whatever it is that they're looking at in terms of AI policy. And so for me, I think that IDA would be, one of the things that IDA could do is to then sieve through all these different regulatory policies to help come up with, I know it's going to be quite difficult, but at least come up with something akin to one global standard of artificial intelligence, because as Peter rightly said, one of the things that IDA will do is to potentially do is to protect the weak from the strong. So if we have an organization or an agency like IDA, I think it might help to then come up with some standard or some AI act that can be cohesive and cover a global ground so that everyone is protected in that respect.
Thank you very much for these. Hello? No. Yes? Okay. Thank you for sharing your insights on that. And are there any more questions here from the on-site participants? If not, we would go on to see if there are online questions. But please, if you have any more questions, feel free to pose them. If not, Melina, she's our online moderator. May I ask, are there any questions in the online chat?
Good afternoon. Yes, actually, there's one question by Ayalev Shebeshi. So I would like to invite you to ask your question. And now he didn't raise the hand, but he already posed the question in the chat. I will read it. And is it possible to protect or prevent international database information by building sophisticated technology advancement? Or is there any other means to protect or prevent from the hackers?
Who would like to answer that?
Okay. Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Give me this opportunity. I can elaborate my question. It looks like a little bit cluttering words.
Sorry, maybe if you could put on your camera, is that possible? So we can also see you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you so much.
I joined IGF in Addis Ababa last year, and I'm researching in digital fiat currency and or CDBC in Australia. I just finished my master in information and communication technology. My understanding is last year there is a positive and negative impact of AI. And also we haven't mentioned here is a lot of technologies behind it. We have AOT and IoT and also blockchain technologies. All these data, all these technologies is generating huge amount of data. We are trying to create, as I can see now, is international database. So are we really creating international database and protecting this database with a sophisticated technology, or is there any other mechanism we can regulate internationally with the global south, including global south? At the current database, for example, Swift code or Swift is internationally data transaction with a cross-border, and that's 835 different banks of different nations is signed and regulated. We need to find that kind of international rules and regulation. Also, we need to think how we teach the hackers. If we hack another country, what happens if another person or another hackers hacking our own country? We need to have ethics. So what are actually these international IGF forum try to find out and set up all inclusive countries international law, which is governing both internet and internet related technologies. And what are the perspectives? This is my question. So thank you very much. If it's not clear, I can elaborate more.
Thank you very much for your question. If I understood correctly, your question has to do with the regulation of this huge amount of data and how the Global South can be included specifically. Please correct me if something is missing. Okay, so who wants to address this question from the panelists, both on-site or online? Kutuma, please go ahead, yes.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to address it adequately, but yeah, I'll address it in a manner that I kind of perhaps understood it. I think your question for me took me to reflect on discussions that we're having around ChatGPT. I mean, it hasn't been very long. I mean, a couple of years, if you like, we didn't really have a concern around ChatGPT. So now, you know, we're starting to look at it and think about all these concerns in education and, you know, in different kinds of sectors. And ChatGPT is a classic example of how these unintended consequences can actually affect different, I suppose, organizations or corners of the world differently. And it's one technology that is permeating everywhere. And people are struggling to understand how or what policies, you know, we can start looking at. I mean, coming from being an academic and, you know, being very much involved in student activities and student modules and things like that, we are now thinking about, oh, okay, this is a technology that has bolted, so there is no way of, you know, bringing it back. So how do we help students, or how do we encourage students to use it responsibly? And I think this is something that everyone is kind of thinking about across the globe. And there is no right way of looking at it, and this is why we probably need agents like IDA to proactively look at these particular global events or situations and how we can then have global mitigating aspects related to this. So, and one of the things that we ought to be doing also is to be inclusive. And I think you did allude to the fact that, you know, in the Global South, you know, there could be an impact and things like that. But for the most part, only a few, I suppose, especially from more developed countries, really are sitting at the table discussing these particular elements. And we need an agency like IDA to ensure that everyone, including people from the Global South, from the Global North, are sitting at the table trying to find solutions to concerns that are currently emerging, or to have to have a foresight in terms of what could potentially come as a result of these particular technologies coming in. We shouldn't just sit around and wait until something has happened in order for us to then start scrambling to find solutions. And this is one example of what ChatGPT has done, and I'm sure a lot of other upcoming technologies are doing. So I hope I've answered your question, perhaps even in a little way. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Peter, please.
May I just, well, thank you so much for your question. I want to add like 3 minor points. I think the first thing is really that IDA should promote technological cooperation, and I think that's very important for tackling, you know, cybersecurity. And secondly, it shows also that IDA needs to have some kind of force also being legally binding, because a problem like cybersecurity we cannot tackle with recommendations and guidelines. And thirdly, I think it creates a certain kind of optimism that this will be possible to find a, you know, global consensus on IDA, because of the huge and enormous damage, economic damage. Cybersecurity is basically, you know, threatening all of us, be it, you know, state actors, be it non-state actors, and to join forces in that regard could help us to tackle that huge issue. And I would suggest that IDA could play a substantial role in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Are there any further questions from the audience online? Melina, is there anybody there who want to ask another question?
No, I don't see any more questions. Does anyone want to add something?
Well, if there's no other questions, I would like to add to what Peter just said to the question of Jalef. I think Peter already said we cannot prevent hackers from doing what they want to do. It's criminal. So we will always have criminals in the world. And if they have enough criminal energy, they will do it. So this is not the way we can make this data safe. But there is, of course, other ways to do it. And that's what my comment was about the standardization and the opening of this knowledge to a broader audience, to a broader public, and this is exactly where the agency could be a vital role, could play a vital role. Because if you think about Wikipedia, if you think something like that, this is an open database, a database of knowledge, and everybody can read it and everybody can add to it. And this is how I think you would be able to minimize the possibilities of misuse or hacking or whatever by the largest extent, because if everybody sees and has the benefit from having this database, everybody will also make sure that this database is not corrupted. So still means that there's possibilities for people that want to misuse it, they will misuse it. And then we have, like has already been said, ways actually of regulatory or laws, that can then intervene and say, okay, you misuse this data, you will be, punished by law, because you committed a crime, whatever, because you misused the data that we've provided to the general public all over the planet. But to my mind, the biggest or the best possibility to make sure that we can use this great technology, which it is, right? It is a very, very powerful technology. We have to use it, but we have to use it to our best, to our benefit. And we have to live with the fact that there will always be people that try at least to misuse it. And this is where governments can come in and set in, regulations like the EU says. You will not be punished for creating artificial intelligence. You will be punished for misusing it. If you come up with an application that is misusing artificial intelligence. So that's my perspective. And I think it's correct what you said, by looking at the further demands on automation that I have referred to, all these machines, all these robots, all these machines, you mentioned the Internet of Things, they will all create data. And it is an enormous challenge and task for humankind, actually, how to manage and how to create and how to safeguard this data. But it cannot be just in the hand of a few big companies. We should not forget that. Peter also mentioned it. It's not the States, it's not United States, it's not Germany, it's not the European Union that is creating these techniques. It's companies. It's companies that have enough money, to pay the energy bill of a state like New York, to create a foundational model. Billions of dollars. Nobody can put these billions of dollars out. And the most stupid thing is that they are all doing it again and again and again. So if Microsoft comes up with creating.
Sorry to interrupt you, Frank, but I got the sign here from the technical stuff that we have to come to a close of this session. But I would like again to take the opportunity to thank all participants, all speakers, both on and offline. I think there was a broad consensus that we need to, if possible, proactively prevent the misuse and risks of so-called artificial intelligence database systems. And standard setting, of course, as also Frank has pointed out now at the end, is a way to do it, is also a way to do it for IDA. And yes, thank you very much again for being here. And I'm sure that discussion is going to continue. Who knows, maybe at next year's IGF, let's see. So thank you again for being here. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Well, so at least they know that I was working. Yeah, let's see.
Just realised that's the previous session.
Yeah.
computer, or you can. It's better for you to connect it by phone.
your computer? Do you want to show Nikki?
Yeah.
Can he use his computer to connect me because he wants to see the screen?
Okay. I mean, or like once you share, the screen will be there.
Oh, the screen will be here. The screen will be
Cool,
here.
that's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is a controller. You can use it. So automatically he can change it.
Oh, the slide?
Slide.
Okay, he will use it. I will use slides. I'm going to use this screen.
English channel testing 1 2 3 1 2 3 interpreter testing 1 2 3 okay.
.英文频道声音123123123123123英文频道可以听到吗？好的。
喂喂。喂 Hello. Should we just do a test? Yeah.
No. English channel testing 1 2 3 1 2 3 testing.
Okay, let's start. Distinguished leaders, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the number 30 Open Forum of this year United Nations Internet Governance Forum. The theme of this Open Forum is Intelligent Society Governance Based on Experimentalism. I'm Fang Zhang from the Institute for Intelligent Society Governance at Tsinghua University, China. I will be the on-site moderator of today's forum. First of all, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all the guests and participants here and online. Today, we are very honored to have 6 guests with us. 4 of them will join with us online. They are Mr. Wang Jiang, Deputy General Director of Bureau of the Information Technology Development, Cyberspace Administration of China, Professor Su Jun, Dean of the Institute of Intelligent Society Governance and Director of the Think Tank Center of Tsinghua University, Mr. Alexandro Texero, Special Advisor to the President of the BRICS New Development Bank, and he is also the former Minister of Tourism of Brazil. Ms. Huang Cui, Dean of the Institute of National Intelligent Society Governance, Zhejiang University. She is also professor at the School of Public Administration and Director of the Development of Information Resource Management of Zhejiang University. We also very honored to have another 2 dear guests join with us on site. They are Mr. Simon Marvin, professor at the Urban Institute of the University of Sheffield, and also a professor at the Sydney School of Architecture, Design and Planning. And we also have Mr. Xu Zhiyuan, Deputy of Chief Engineer of China Academy of Information and Communications Technology. We also have officers, experts, and scholars who are joining us at the Cyberspace Administration of China and Tsinghua University in Beijing sites. Warmly welcome everyone. As we have shown on our website, this open forum will focus on various governance pilots and policy experiments carried out by both developed and developing countries in artificial intelligence and other emerging digital fields. The discussion will be around how to improve the governance model and how to keep up with the rapid development of generative artificial intelligence technologies based on cross-national experience. We have already invited 6 distinguished experts and scholars today to share and exchange ideas in the field of intelligent society governance. We hope we can pool their efforts and brainstorm together to contribute wisdom and policy implications to intelligent society governance. Now, please allow me to invite Mr. Wang Jiang, Deputy General Director of the Bureau of Information Technology Development, Cyberspace Administration of China, to deliver a speech. Welcome.
尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们，大家好。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the 18th IGF Open Forum themed Intelligent Society Governance Based on Experimentalism. I'm delighted to get together with you all here. On behalf of the Informatization Development Bureau of the Cyberspace Administration of China, I would like to thank you for your participation, especially thank Japan, the host country of this year's IGF, for its diligence and dedication to this forum. In today's world, a new round of scientific and technological revolution, industrial transformation represented by the artificial intelligence and other technologies is promoting the rapid development of economy and society. In particular, the emergence of intelligent technologies such as ChatGPT posed unprecedented opportunities and challenges to human beings. With its powerful computing and learning ability, intelligent technologies affecting all aspects of economic and social development in a more extensive and effective way, and impelling human beings to enter a new intelligent society. Exploring a path for intelligent society governance will become a major and urgent proposition of the era. We encourage all parties to strengthen the research and development of AI technology while focusing on addressing ethical issues to balance technology progress and social stability. The Chinese government attaches importance to the innovation of AI and its influence on social development. Chinese President Xi Jinping pointed out that AI is an important driving force for the new round of a scientific and technological revolution and industrial transformation, and called for promoting deep integration of AI with economic and social development and propelling the healthy development of a new generation of AI in China in recent years. China has made great efforts on intelligent society governance in 2021. We started debuting a technical basis for intelligent society governance around the key livelihood areas such as education, healthcare, and elderly care, selected hundreds of application scenarios and explored operation models, laws and regulations, standards and forms, policy systems, institutional mechanisms for intelligent society in advance, which has achieved initial results. Taking this opportunity, I would like to share with you some thoughts on intelligent society governance and our ongoing work. Firstly, we advocate a strong push for AI-empowered public services, strengthen the integration of AI with public services such as elderly care, education, healthcare, social security, and sports, and leverage AI technology to enhance public services and social governance level of our government departments to meet the needs of safeguarding and improving people's livelihood and creating a better life for people. Secondly, we suggest strengthening the research and prevention of potential risks during AI development, promoting studies on AI-related laws, ethics, and social issues, establishing and improving laws and regulations to ensure the healthy development of AI, formulating ethical norms for intelligent society governance, and earnestly safeguarding people's interests in national security. Certainly, we encourage international exchanges and cooperation on intelligent society governance under the philosophy of building a community of a shared future for mankind. We should adhere to the principle of attack for social good, facilitate agile governance, inclusive sharing of intelligent society, and achieve different development and win-win cooperation among countries. China is willing to share our experience of the intelligent society governance experience with other countries, actively contribute China's solution and learning from each other to complement our comprehensive strength. And today, from the forum, we have built a good communication platform for global intelligent society governance. We have Professor Simon Marvin from University of Sheffield, Mr. Alexandro Golombiswski, Texas, is Special Advisor to the President of BRICS New Development Bank, Professor Su Jun from Tsinghua University, Professor Huang Cui from Zhejiang University, and Deputy Chief Engineer Xu Zhiyuan from the China Academy of Information Communications Technology. I hope that all participants will brainstorm and inspire each other with your great minds and discuss around the best practice of intelligent society government in the future. And we're willing to strengthen cooperation and in the world guide the multi-holders to actively engage, work together to facilitate a beneficial development of AI and jointly build intelligent society with human care. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to Director Wang Zhang for his wonderful speech. Our interpreter is in such a pace that really reflects the rapid development of the artificial intelligence, which highlights the importance of the topic today. Now I will invite Professor Su Jun, Dean of the Institute of Intelligent Society Governance of Tsinghua University, to give a speech on challenges and empirical experience in intelligent society governance. Please welcome.
Dear experts, scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to participate in the 18th IGF Open Forum to share with the friends from all over the world about the experience of intelligent social governance and the achievements. Currently, a new round of a technological revolution and industrial transformation driven by AI is rapidly promoting the reconstruction of the global innovation landscape, the reshaping of a civilization order, and the intelligent transformation of a human society. Human beings are transforming from a traditional industrial society to an intelligent society based on technical progress and intelligent revolution. And the intelligent society has touched various parts of the world. The people from different countries and regions have actively explored and accumulated rich practical experience in intelligent social governance based on the actual situation of each region. For example, in Africa, artificial intelligence technology helps farmers to predict the weather, analyze crop growth, and serve the agricultural development. In South America, artificial intelligence technology helps doctors to detect early tuberculosis and promote human health. In Southeast Asia, artificial intelligence technology has provided support for people in education fields such as language learning and skill training, transforming the learning pattern of mankind. In recent years, various regions in China have also extensively carried out the practice of using AI technology to solve social problems. In an ordinary community in the northern city of Erdos in China, an information technology based point evaluation system has inspired residents to participate in a grassroots level of governance for the public virtual. Rowing together the points is the cohesion of the community and the accessibility of public services in the vast and sparsely populated grassland and pastoral areas. The intelligent ranching technology such as the sheep-faced facial recognition, automatic feeding, and electronic fences have overturned people's imagination of grazing life. And herders have moved from the settlers to screens, and with improvement of pastoral production efficiency, there has been a change in the production organization and lifestyle. And the beautiful mountain village of southern Zhejiang province, rural e-commerce has reshaped the trust mechanism of rural society, enhanced the cohesion of the village, and at the same time empowered the vulnerable groups in the rural areas, helping to achieve inclusive development in the countryside. On the vast black land in the northeast China, intelligent skyland integrated remote sensing technology is used to carry out a multiple element and multi-time period three-dimensional monitoring, creating a smart agriculture demonstration model and achieving seamless connection between agriculture technology innovation and demonstration applications. Although the intelligent technology brings more precise and effective public services, allowing people to enjoy the modern convenience and efficiency. At the same time, the transformation of the intelligent society has also brought serious problems and challenges to the legal privacy, moral ethics, public governance, and other aspects of human society. Bridging the digital divide and narrowing the digital gap are obstacles that humanity must overcome when moving towards an intelligent society. Last year, ChatGPT emerged with a great impact and systematic transformation on three basic operating mechanisms of human society. First of all, ChatGPT will reshape the knowledge production, inheritance, and verification mechanisms of the human society. AIGC is not about generating content, but about generating knowledge. In the long-standing mechanism of knowledge generation, human subjectivity, intelligence, and initiatives have been established. The core position of humans in knowledge production has been formed. However, AIGC has broken the central subject position of human in knowledge production, promoting significant changes in the subject mode and form of knowledge production. The traditional mechanism of academic, community criticism, and verification of knowledge has been completely overturned. Secondly, ChatGPT will overturn the trust mechanism of human society. Trust is the cornerstone of a human society. The emergence of ChatGPT forces us to start thinking about whether AI has taken on the realistically dominant position in trust mechanisms. The emergence of the humanoid artificial intelligence has made trust increasingly fragile and lacking, and even may challenge and replace humanity as the central subject to the traditional trust system, changing the traditional trust mechanism from the bottom. Thirdly, ChatGPT will deconstruct the authority generation mechanism of human society. As human develops a dependence on AI, strong artificial intelligence will first establish knowledge authority, gradually developing traditional authority, and even the charisma authority, and the controller of the strong artificial intelligence can gain supreme authority and absolute monopoly power, thereby affecting human value judgments and ideologies and challenging the existing governance systems. Faced with the risks and challenges that the new technology represented by ChatGPT will bring, we need to respond with prudence, confidence, and positive attitude, using scientific and evidence-based method to comprehensively analyze and promote its healthy development. On the basis of long-term research, my colleagues and I took the lead in launching the initiative of conducting AI social experiment and exploring the path of the intelligent social governance in China in 2019. This initiative has received strong support and active participation from the Chinese government, industry, and academia, and has been officially included in the national policy documents. Now, China has established 92 national intelligent social governance experimental bases in 22 provinces across the country and conducted an artificial intelligence social experiment in 18 pilot zones for innovation and development of AI in the country. Tsinghua University has established the Intelligent Social Governance Research Institute
and has carried out long cycle tracking, observation, and research on the topics such as AI-enabled urban and rural governance, digital addiction in cyberspace, and the generative AI, and the reshaping of the knowledge production process following the research path of AI social experiments. Meanwhile, Tsinghua University, as the main organization of the secretariat, has set up a national standardization technical organization, national standardization working group on the social application, the evaluation basis of intelligent technology, and has promoted the pre-study and the drafting of national standards. Dear friends and experts, the world is in a situation of great changes, unprecedented in a century, and we are on a new journey towards an intelligent society. At present, the topic of intelligent society governance has been included into IGF for 2 consecutive years, indicating the high recognition and affirmation of international community for this work. With the rapid development of information technology, the problems of wealth gap, environment and climate change, and refugees, or as well as poverty and conflict in regions, are the still common challenges in front of us. Promoting the wide application of smart technologies and intelligent technologies and building a smart society with a humanistic temperature will be important to meet these challenges. And we should further enhance the capacity building of intelligent society governance globally, especially in developing countries and regions. We should use AI technology to promote public services and contribute to social equality, healthcare, energy conservation, and emission reduction. We should further strengthen academic cooperation and exchanges in the field of intelligent society governance, widely organize open, diversified, and inclusive academic conferences, and explore actively the standardization so that we can draw upon the advanced practices and the best practices so as to apply the theories and practices. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your listening.
Great. Thanks to Professor Su Jun for his very inspiring talks on China's intelligent society governance experiments. Now, let's give the floor to Mr. Simon Marvin, professor at the Urban Institute of the University of Sheffield and professor at the University School of Architecture, Design and Planning. His topic is Urban Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, Comparative Learning from Experiments. Let's welcome.
Please use the microphone, please.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm not used to talking into a microphone. Thanks very much to the Institute for the invitation to talk to you today. And it's been great to be able to attend this conference to hear some of the latest thinking about digital technologies. In this session, what I want to do is, did many of you go to the first session this morning, the introductory session? If so, I thought it was a really interesting snapshot of the state of the debate about urban AI and emerging technologies. I thought it was really interesting. But one of the things that struck me was that it didn't really say very much about where do these emerging technologies happen. And I was just thinking there, I'm an urban geographer, so I'm interested in the interrelationship between technological change and urban life. And given the importance of the SDGs, particularly SDG 11, which is clearly quite important in this workshop in terms of the debates, it's interesting, where does the urban and where does the community come into this agenda? Because when you think about it, these technological systems we're talking about, they accrete and they layer, and we experience them through our interaction with private, retail, insurance, and public services, health and education in particular places. So I'm quite interested in trying to understand how technological change shapes the possibilities of how we live our lives in the future. And there's a couple of books with colleagues that we've done. The red one, Urban Operating Systems, is available free as a free download from MIT Press, if anyone's interested. So I'm not trying to sell any books in putting that to you. So what I'm particularly interested in is, I think if we'd have been talking at this conference 5 years ago, we'd have been talking about smart cities and smart technologies. And I'm really intrigued how the debate has shifted. So there's a big debate at the moment, partly with the Hiroshima protocol that's being developed around AI technologies. But actually, if you look at some of the sessions, and if you look at the exhibition downstairs, there's actually quite a lot around robotics, about technologies that interface with humans, not on screens, but actually in person, face-to-face technologies. And I'm particularly interested in this shift that's taken place from smart to AI and to robotic technologies, and the way the urban context is being seen as a site of demonstration, experimentation, and living labs, and some of the challenges that that represents as these systems start to become integrated with healthcare, urban planning, education, policing robots. And this question of sort of like, how do these new technologies interact with the urban? What needs to change in the urban context to fit robots? So there's lots of discussions and debates about the spatial congestion of urban areas as being very difficult for robots to negotiate and navigate. But more interestingly, how do they relate to questions of urban management, urban monitoring, facial recognition, the use of sensors, and a whole series of decision-making technologies that claim to be able to more efficiently and effectively make urban life safer, more secure, more resilient. Now, I think all of these claims need to be subject to some scrutiny. And I think in order to do that, we need this comparative perspective that's informed this particular session. And I think what's interesting, when you start to look internationally, nation states who are prioritizing the development of AI and robotics often utilize their urban system and their urban context as test beds. So Japan's very interesting. Japan has this system called TOKU, T-O-K-K-U, which is a series of national strategic sites where the regulatory system for planning, employment legislation is suspended so that companies can experiment with robotic systems. It's a really interesting attempt to try to constitute spaces of innovation that it hopes that learning can then accelerate the development of the Japanese economy. And there's a number of examples of the use of these in autonomous vehicles, drones, delivery systems, particularly health, social care, and policing robots. Now, I think what this signals is that the urban context is actually seen as really quite important by nation states in providing sites to learn about how these systems, are the claims of these systems realized in practice, or what new problems start to occur when you roll out these technologies. Another example is Smart Dubai, which has this very ambitious program to infuse AI into the fabric of the city's operating systems, using groundbreaking technologies as a blueprint for exciting futures. Now, Dubai doesn't have an indigenous, local AI and robotics capacity. So there, the test bed is constituted through inviting international companies to come and demonstrate and test these technologies in the Dubai context. So a very different system for trying to work through the possibilities of these technologies, and a very particular set of application focuses to the work that they do. The other example we've been doing work in is San Francisco. Because of its proximity to Silicon Valley, has a really large number of innovative delivery and robotic companies who want to experiment with their robots in the streets of San Francisco, where there's a very active public and civic movement who wants to protect those streets. And there's been really quite interesting conflicts around the use of robotics for delivery, for policing robots, even robots being attacked in the streets because people are very unhappy about these. And in that context, San Francisco City has attempted to develop an emerging technology working group to try to think about ways of regulating these sorts of systems. So clearly there's very different ways in which these systems can be applied, and huge diversity in the regulatory system. The regulatory system is being invented almost as these systems are being tested and demonstrated in real time. I think that's highly problematic. So what are the implications of this? I think we need, well, it's a research and a societal issue. And that's what I liked about the call that the Institute had done for this session. It requires a research agenda about what do these sorts of emerging technologies mean? How do we identify the leading cities that are experimenting with these applications and why? And we need to do that comparatively across very, very different contexts, as you've seen from some of these experiments. And what can we start to learn from these first mover experiments that might inform how we regulate and manage these technologies? Now, why does this matter? It matters for three reasons. These applications have generally so far been very limited, but actually there is more higher levels of experimentation. There's new geographies, new entrants, and new coalitions emerging around that. The regulatory issues are not really, the regulatory issues are being made up. There's a sort of it's a little bit like the Airbnb issue of these disruptive technologies that preempt the constitution of a regulatory framework. So we need to learn from these test beds and regulatory zones. And I think this points, as Professor Zhu talked about, a post-human city in which we need to really understand how the relationship between human and machinic decision-making is being changed, and how we don't necessarily see those as being very simple black and white changes, but what level of human oversight and human input do we want to include in these systems? And the critical importance is how we do that in a system where we learn comparatively across these different contexts. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks to Professor Simon Marvin for his great talk, which actually helped us to point out the future direction for the application of artificial intelligence and robots in urban governance. Next, let's welcome Mr. Alexandro Texero, the Special Advisor to the President of the BRICS New Development Bank. And also he is a distinguished professor of the School of Public Policy and Management of Tsinghua University. Let's welcome him to give a speech. Welcome.
Experimentalism. We're going to talk a little bit about insights from a cross-country experience. And that's very, very important because when we are talking about intelligent society, there is a concept. The world is facing difficult moments, especially the last development relations lately, with the necessity to improve its development conditions. And of course, the concept of intelligent society, where we use more efficiency, our resources, it's very important. But I would like to start saying that the development of science technology is the essential for us to achieve an intelligent society. One of the tools or key drivers for this is what we call artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is the enabler for our society to have this profound transformation and change the human social behavior, and also the integration not only between the humans, but also with our environment. So these elements that makes intelligent society important is changing not only our living space, but basically raising a new form of civilization that we can understand a little bit better in the near future. An intelligent society is based, as I said, in artificial intelligence as the first and one of the main pillars or driving forces, is based also on the data as the resource, where we get data from different locations, and also the internet as the carrier. This moment that we are discussing, the future of our society, is based on the digital economy and digital data processing. So the digital data processing is the foundation. And I'm going to give you some examples that is going to change forever the way the humans communicate to themselves and communicate with the different things. The internet of everything, or the internet of all things, are completely changing the way that we live our lives. So there is a big question: how is going to be the society of the future? Hopefully, the society of the future is going to be intelligent. Why? Number one, because a social organization pattern is different from what we call industrial society in two basic aspects. The number one is that what we call highly integrated society. Let's go back 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and see how we interact with ourselves. Let's see, that's probably 20 years ago was not possible. I'm being in another country talking to you today. This integrative society is based on intelligent technology that makes our life easier, more comfortable, and faster. But we can never forget that behind this artificial intelligence is the human intelligence. We can only build robots, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, process data, if we have the volume of human intelligence. So the driving force between the machine intelligence are still humans, because there is a lot of talk, a lot of people ask, okay, the intelligent society of the future is going to be beneficial for human, or we're going to deal with robots like these futuristic movies. And I always say that the two, the machine intelligence, can coexist with the human intelligence. And if the machines act in the way that is proper, is because we as human, we can manage and deliver and program the machines to do that. So that's the first element, highly integrated society. The second element is that the social structure evolution and restructuring. And when I say that, people normally ask, why, Professor Alessandro, we have a restructuring of our society? Because basically functions, for example, teaching, I foresee in the future that maybe I'm not sitting here. Maybe it's going to be a robot with my face talking to you. And this evolution, not only in machine learning, okay, is based because we are restructuring the way we teach, the way we learn. And this is a basic element of the intelligent society. The interaction between real and virtual society has created a new space for humanity, has created a new way of doing things. These interactions, replacing the traditional communication, has impacted our lives daily. And it's very, very, very easy to see that. I have a 6-year-old child, and she spends, if I let her, at least 50% of her time on the phone, on the social, not only social networks, but also navigate in the internet and doing things that before I could not imagine. For example, doing e-commerce, buying things that she wants, or looking to the fridge and replace things that is missing, and she buying that with only 16 years old, or talking to her friends, okay? So this new interpersonal communication, okay, creates a new social and I would say interaction not only between people, but having more autonomy, adaptation, transparency, and openness, getting information faster. So all those elements are two basic functions or two basic characteristics of this intelligent society. Number one is the high integrate society, as I said. Number two is this new social structure or restructuring of the social networks that you have. Of course, the big question about this is how this influence, from my perspective, development, how this can change the way you see cities, provinces, countries. Of course, we have, and I'm going to bring you some examples of how this is changing. As I said, it's changing our personal life, but also is trying to set a new set of rules in terms of development. A good example is what Singapore has been doing in terms of the Smart Nation. Smart Nation is an initiative by the government of Singapore to use information and communications technologies, creating networks, create tech-enabled solutions to improve the life of the Singaporean citizens. One of the elements of this, of course, is what they call Smart Nation and digital government. And for that, they set up a government technology agency that is under the Prime Minister of Singapore and led to the nation's digital identity framework. So basically, the concept is to achieve a digital society, you need to have a digital economy and you need to have a digital government. So for example, try to integrate everything, to integrate using digitalization of the economy, byte by byte, system by system. This strategic national project is the foundation of the future of Singaporean society. So someone can say, okay, professor, but Singapore is a small country, but that's a very good pilot for other initiatives that we have around the world. So in the case of Singaporeans, they are thinking, okay, how can I make my business more digital? So we are saying go business strategy is to make all the business sector to access the government's websites, portals, resources digitally. We have another element that is called Codex. It's a share of digital platform between government agencies, private sector, and that is very cost effective. E-payments. And then you have a finally one that the government is using, is called Life SG, that allows you to easily access government services. So for example, why you need to get out of your home to go to a bureau of the government to do your ID or to do your passport, if you can upload everything. So the idea in Singapore is to use the government services and different virtual spaces to make the life of the citizens more connected, easier. Of course, this is one of the examples of how you can do this, but there is a bunch of different examples in terms of trying to improve not only the service from the government, but your life. Okay, using a Smart Nation sensor platform that can help, for example, driving. I always tell my students that the future of the car industry is not anymore like we imagined 10 years ago, 20 years ago, that when you go buy a car, you just need to look and see the engine. Now, when you go buy a car, what criteria you choose the car is not how many horses the car have, is what kind of communication package, what kind of systems they have. So there is a convergence. A car industry is not anymore a mechanical industry. Now it's a technological communication industry. So those industries, they need to develop new capabilities. They need to communicate different. So probably in the future, the next generation will not buy a car. We're going to buy a drone. And the only way that this can work if we are fully integrated, if our sensors in the car, in the satellites, in the city communicate to itself. That's why it's one of the main bases of an intelligent society. So we are talking about urban mobility. We are talking about intelligent housing. And this has everything to do with the possibility of another big issue that we are talking is about climate change. That is, and that's what we need to be sure, there is no improvement or no reduction of CO2 emissions without digitalization of the economy. And you're going to say, but why, Professor? Because we need an intelligent society to deliver the results we have. When we go back to the 70 SDGs that was set up quite a long time ago for the United Nations, and we realized that none of them we had achieved. One of the reasons is because we are not taking serious the next step of intelligent society. Only through intelligent society, only through using technology for good, we can do that. Thank you so much for the invitation for this important event. And I hope we can come up with brilliant ideas for the future of our human race. Thank you very, very much.
Good. Thanks to Professor Alexander's such a passionate speech. Now I will invite Professor Huang Cui, the Dean of the Institute of National Intelligent Society Governance at Zhejiang University, to give a speech. The title of the speech is China's Experiment Exploration in Education Field. Let's welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to have the opportunity to communicate with you today and participate in the 18th IGF Open Forum. The topic for our forum is the intelligent society governance based on experimentalism, experience from different nations. So I'd like to share with you some of the practical explorations in the field of education governance in China. As it is known to all that a continuous deepening of integration of digital technology and education is driving the changes and ecological reconstruction in the global education field. Since 2018, the Chinese government has released the China Education Modernization 2035 Education Informatization 2.0 Action Plan, as well as the documents on promoting the construction of new education infrastructure, building a high-quality education support system, guiding principles, as well as other education reform. And the year 2022 is very important for the digital transformation of education in China. At the beginning of 2022, at the National Education World Conference, the action of implementing the digital education strategy was proposed, with aims to accelerate the digital transformation of education and support the high-quality development of education with informatization of education. So this strategic plan emphasizes the demand-oriented approach, promoting the transformation of the educational concept and updating of the educational paradigm, the innovation of teaching processes and transformation of the evaluation method by widely applying intelligent technology to new infrastructure, educational resources, supply, teaching method, and educational governance, and other fields of education in order to promote educational fairness, achieve lifelong education, and form a virtuous cycle of educational ecosystems. In the implementation of China's national education digitalization strategy, the National Smart Education Public Service Platform has played a key role. This platform was officially launched on March the 28th last year, integrating resources from 3 dimensions: primary and secondary education, vocational education, higher education, and so on. At the same time, there's a sub-platform of 24365 College Student Employment Service Platform, which includes student learning, teaching, and education governance, education innovation, and other functions. According to the data released by the Ministry of Education in May this year, ever since this platform was established, in just 1 year, the National Smart Education Public Service Platform has received over 111.1 billion visits and has become the world's largest resource center and service platform for digital education. At present, the platform has linked about 529,000 schools, targeting 18.44 million teachers and 291 million students. The vast majority of the social learners have gathered 44,000 teaching videos from primary and secondary school resources, and public service platform through National Smart Education has received recognition from various of the aspects of society.
And also has won the UNESCO King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa Prize in 2022. So the National Smart Education Public Service Platform, which has achieved such great results in such a short period of time, there is a very important factor in it, is that it has promoted the governance pilot experiment, conducting pilot experiments of various levels and types nationwide. It has selected 15 provinces as pilot provinces and the 15 primary and secondary schools as pilot platforms. It has selected 6 vocational education schools as pilots, and also 5 higher education institutions were selected as the members of the pilot. And in higher education, Zhejiang University is one of the pilot schools, actively promoting experiments in educational governance, exploring digital campus construction, digital supply of educational resources, and innovation in teaching methods. So these pilots and the programs at different levels and dimensions have continuously introduced their governance innovations in their practice. Taking Zhejiang University as an example, in practice, Zhejiang University has taken the lead with online Zhejiang University 2.0 and built a full process training system centered on student growth, relying on platforms such as 学呆Zhejiang app, and also it has built 800 smart classrooms covering public classrooms in various schools, and has built more than 50,000 online courses. And it can also directly record and live broadcast over 1,200 hours of courses every day. It supports the massive online provision of teaching resources, providing accessible guarantees for students learning and across time at different areas. And building on this, it has also done some new attempts on a global scale. Last year, Zhejiang University launched the Sustainable Development Goal Summer School project, which focuses on sustainable development for a better future and fully utilizes digital technology to build a new smart education ecosystem. It has attracted students from major universities around the world, such as Zhejiang University, Cambridge, MIT, and Imperial College of London, a total of 971 students from 81 countries and regions attended this summer school. Through cloud platforms and internet, we conducted semantic discussions and took various series of courses around topics such as comprehensive and inclusive development and smart cities. The total number of course views during the entire summer of 2022 reached 464,000, with an average daily visit of 1,500 per course. During the summer school, this global affiliated platform can fully integrate into the global innovation network platform of higher education, forming a replicable and a promotable platform. Due to time limit, so I'm not going to give you a deep dive into some of the cases. Perhaps there are various explorations and experiments in China in education governance, and they all have their own features. So just now, I talked about the public service platform for national smart education launched at the national level, as well as the programs we launched in Zhejiang University. And we hope that through our mastery of these potentials and opportunities, we can work together to meet the challenges and opportunities brought by the digital age, explore innovations through experiment and the governance practice so that we can build a more open, inclusive, and innovative society, integrity, new dynamism, and the resilience into the societal development. So it gives me a great pleasure to have this opportunity to talk to you. And this is the end of my talk. Thank you very much for your listening.
Great. Thanks for Professor Huang Cui's wonderful talk. Now I would like to invite our final speaker, Mr. Xu Zhiyuan, the Deputy Chief Engineer of China Academy of Information and Communications Technology, to give a report on jointly promote artificial intelligence governance from rules to practice. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe good night. I'm here today to talk about promoting the transition of AI governance from rules to practice. As a key driving force in the new round of technological revolution and industrial transformation, the development and application of AI technology is rapidly advancing. The explosive application of generative AI, represented by ChatGPT, offers boundless potential for the future development of the AI industry. Concurrently, issues such as misinformation, academic ethics, and job displacement have ignited global discussions, posing serious challenges to existing governmental regulatory systems, industry ecosystems, and global governance coordination. Based on prior research, I'd like to share 3 insights. Firstly, transitioning from abstract to concrete. AI governance is evolving from principles to specific rules and standards. Centered around the goals of trustworthiness, human centricity, and fairness, countries worldwide emphasize a balanced approach, implementing both soft ethical guidelines and strict legal regulations. According to the latest statistics from the OECD AI Policy Observatory, over 800 AI-related policies have been released by 69 countries and regions. In China, guided by official documents emphasizing tech ethics, we have introduced drafts for technological ethical review and ethical guidelines for the financial tech sector. Additionally, China's legislative efforts in areas like algorithm recommendation, autonomous driving, and AIGC are paving the way for comprehensive overarching AI laws. The AI governance system is becoming increasingly complete. Secondly, grounding in practice, AI governance is shifting from government-led to a collaboration between government and enterprise. One, from a governance model's perspective, agile governance has become a prevalent approach both domestically and internationally. Compared to traditional models, agile governance emphasizes frequent interactions among stakeholders and flexible policy adjustments, better suited for the rapid evolution and high uncertainty associated with new technologies. Two, when it comes to rule implementation, companies are at the forefront. For instance, TikTok introduced platform regulations for AIGC and content labeling, Huawei has established a 7-tier risk control system for AI products and services. Third, from a technological tool standpoint, the government, enterprise, and the research institutes collaboratively advocate technology governing technology. While the government focuses on safety baseline level monitoring and detection technology, enterprise proactively develop governance tools like model defense techniques, and the research institutes explore technologies for explainability, such as attribution algorithm. Thirdly, embracing inclusive and mutual benefits, we should strive to create a new paradigm for the sustainable development of AI. Development remains a common goal in AI strategy worldwide. Nations should uphold multilateralism and openness in AI, promoting a shared future for mankind. This involves fostering cross-cultural exchanges and cooperation, sharing best practice within frameworks like the United Nations, G20, and BRICS. China, with its practical experience in areas like algorithm governance, deepfake management, and user right protection, should engage in active dialogue to prevent misunderstandings. Furthermore, nations should collaboratively establish technical standards, enhance interoperability, mutual recognition of rules, co-develop tech platforms, share tools and open data sets, and jointly explore institutional voice, such as AI legal status, intellectual property, and liability distribution. In conclusion, AI governance has progressed from conceptual discussions to the forefront of practical exploration. I believe that AI governance should involve multiple stakeholders, address multi-dimensional objectives, integrate diverse values, strengthen global collaboration and dialogue, and aim to establish an inclusive and shared AI governance system. My speech is not generated by ChatGPT, but the translation is assisted by it. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Xu, for the very inspiring and also enjoyable speech. I think right now, all of our 6 experts has already shared their experience in intelligent society governance from different perspectives and based on different national experience. I think all of us actually are inspired to think more profoundly. More than 80 years ago, the great physicist and thinker Albert Einstein said that science in its meaning has never been so moral in nature and has never been so influential in the destiny of humankind. In today's society, the rapid development of artificial intelligence technology is subversively reshaping human society at an unprecedented speed. Human society must actively utilize the artificial intelligence as an emerging technology, while also tackle the risks and challenges it brings. We hope this forum can become a new starting point for promoting intelligent society governance. We hope we can continue to strengthen international collaboration and also interdisciplinary research. and makes the application of artificial intelligence more humanistic, more human-centered, and can better enhance human well-being. Thank you. I think because of we have almost run out of time, and also we are going to, I think the host of the IGF already organized a music party at 7 o'clock. So we will just end here without any Q&A. I hope you will enjoy. Thank you. By the way, thank you all that are participating at Tsinghua Wing, and also those officials and experts from the cyberspace administration in China, and all those participate online. Thank you again. Bye.